Chair Smith, the meeting is now live.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, evening, whatever time of day this is considered. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the special meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners. This meeting is a continuation of our budget, but with public participation, and we have members from the public who have signed up. Oh, I actually have the old list. We have 28 now, Andrea.
Chair Smith, we have 29, I believe. 29.
Okay, I got to find the updated one. Yeah, so we'll start the meeting as we always do with the land acknowledgement that we are on Mi'kmaq ancestral and unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people, and we are all free people. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. Approval of the order of business, approval of additions and deletions. Do we have any added items?
Chair Smith, this is Ian McLean. There are no added or deleted items from the clerk's office today for this meeting.
All right, great. If there's no changes, I ask for a mover and a seconder of the agenda.
I move the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner McDougall. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, got an agenda. So as mentioned, this is the public input aspect regarding the Health Regional Police 22-23 proposed operating budget. This is the first time that we've done this, and I'm happy that we're at this point to hear from the public. So there's a few things that we have to do before we get to public participation. Oh, I see a hand up. Yeah, Commissioner Critchley.
Oh, maybe I jumped the gun, Chair Smith. Are we gonna go to item 3 as well, or just
item 3? I don't have item 3 on this one. I do have an old.
Chair Smith, standing item 3 is declaration of conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's not on my stage. Yes, item 3, declarations of conflict of interest. How is that not on here? Yes.
Okay. Well, Chair Smith, I will declare. I know it's not on the motion. It's not on the agenda for today, but out of abundance of caution, I will declare a conflict as it relates to the defunding report received by the board at the last meeting. To the extent that I assisted in the authorship of that report, I want to make 2 preliminary comments before, and for the purpose of declaring the conflict. The one was that at no point was I ever a member of the subcommittee. I was brought on to assist with research on account of my background and recommendations derived from the subcommittee. I don't think that's relevant for the purpose of conflict, but I just want to note it. And the second point I want to raise is prior to and during my interview for this position on the board, I made known repeatedly that I was involved in the subcommittee. So I will declare conflict as it relates to the report. And I know it's not on the agenda for today, but just as an abundance of caution, I'll do that.
Thank you. And Ian, I see your hand.
It was to note what Commissioner Critchley just mentioned, that conflicts of interest should be specific to items on the agenda. So declaring a conflict for an item that's not on the agenda would not be needed for this meeting today.
Right. So just for clarity, Commissioner Critchley, you'll still take part in the discussion and vote. You're just declaring that as it could have some impact relating to the defund report.
Yeah, and I'll suggest that I will. It's important both from the perspective of actual and perceived conflicts that I'm not going to ask any questions as it relates to the report. I'm not going to couch my comments with reference to the report. I won't discuss the report. So, and I see Marty's got his hand up as well. So,
no, thanks for clarifying that. I'll go to Marty, then I'll go to Commissioner Kent.
Thank you. To that point, while the conflict may relate to specific items, there is an item. It appears on the agenda as for declarations. I think Commissioner Critchley is within his within his purview to actually declare that conflict now, and it may be he will revisit that at some further point in the if we proceed to debate or something later on with respect to the matter.
Thank you. Commissioner Kent, are you?
I took my hand down because I just was looking for Marty to offer some comments on it.
Okay. Excellent. All right, so just give me a second here because I do have the old speakers. Andrew, can you just really quickly forward me the updated one, because I seem to not be able to track it down for some reason.
Yes, sir. I'll do that shortly.
Okay.
The first three speakers are the same.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So before we get into that, I'm going to ask commissioners if because this is a continuation, we already had the presentation twice, but there is a short presentation prepared if we need it. There's a little bit of follow-up information included in that, but also for those in the public who might not have attended or saw those presentations, it is there. So we do have the chief ready to do that, but there's no expectation because we already got the presentation. This is a deferred item. So I'll look to the commissioners if they want to have that short presentation. Just get a yes or a no. Okay, see thumbs up, thumbs up. I'm gonna go on my screen, thumbs up. All right, so it looks like folks want the short presentation. Commissioner Kent.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just need clarification. I did miss the beginnings parts of the dialogue due to another call I was on. I just want to know, when is are the presentations before or after?
So we'll do the chief's quick presentation just for folks who might need some context, and then we'll go right into the public and
then if there's time, we debate today. If not, it would be deferred to the next meeting. Okay, thank you.
All right. So Chief, I believe you are there, and we tested earlier the audio.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I'll just wait till the presentation goes up. And it's very short. It's just a recap. There isn't anything tremendously different. And I'll take it away. So good afternoon, Chair, members of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners, and members of the public who are joining us today. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. As I acknowledge that the last two presentations related to this budget, HRP recognizes that these proposed budget requests come at a time when discussions on defunding and police reform are taking place. I want to reiterate that the budget proposal that is before you has been brought forward after a great deal of review and consideration. Our requests are for resources to be able to adequately and efficiently provide services we are currently tasked to deliver and support critical public safety needs. And we remain committed to be an active participant in discussions related to alternatives and the way forward. The presentation materials for the earlier sessions have been provided publicly on the board website. So my presentation today will be a recap of the financial proposal, and I expect we will have additional discussion. As you know, prior to today's meeting, 2 budget meetings have taken place at which a number of information requests were made. So along with various subject matter experts who join me today, we will do our best to provide information on questions that have been asked. Before I start, I once again want to acknowledge the daily work and dedication of the members of the Halifax Regional Police, both sworn and civilian, who work tirelessly to keep this community safe and to serve wherever and whenever needed. My deepest thanks to them for their service around the clock while dealing with unprecedented challenges. I also want to thank the Board of Police Commissioners and members of the public for your investment of time and effort in our community safety. With that, can we go to the next slide? We'll just talk very quickly about key financial highlights. Next slide, please. To recap, for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, Halifax Regional Police is proposing an operating budget of $90 million $876,900. Next slide. This slide captures the last 3 years of the budget. And as you can see, our operating budget has been relatively flat, not only over these years, but in fact over the last number of years. The vast majority of our budget goes towards compensation and contractual obligations. And that has been a consistent theme over the years. Next slide. This slide lists the service enhancements we have requested, for which we have provided information and supporting rationale at our last 2 meetings. All of these asks have been made with considerable thought and support the core work of policing, including proactive policing, victim support, and administration. These asks, I have said before, have come at a time when we are faced with many challenges. Some of the most significant are to do with member illness and occupational stress injuries, increasing complexity of many types of calls, the unique complexities of the policing environment in Halifax, and redeployments that shift resources away from proactive policing. At the same time, we want to be able to continually improve the effectiveness of administrative and support services and build the required capacity as a service provider. Next slide. Although I understand the public presentations will occur, and then there will be an opportunity for the board to ask questions of myself and my staff, I just want to point out that a number of requests have come and have already been shared by the board. My team and I will answer and do our very best. Some of the discussion today may have to occur in camera, depending on the type of discussion, if it relates to security personnel and or deployment matters. And with that, thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Chief. So what we'll do, if you have any questions or clarifications, we'll save that for after the public participation piece. So I'm going to go, Commissioner Kent, your hand still up. Is that just from earlier? Okay, cool. So yeah, let's get right into the public participation aspect. So as a reminder, for those who are watching from home, in order to have signed up to speak, the deadline was 11:59 p.m. Sunday, January 30th. We have 20, again, I think I opened the wrong. We have 29 speakers scheduled to speak today. So any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office in this matter will be given 5 minutes to address this topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. For those who are using the phone, I guess, Andrew, this is your turn.
Chair Smith, I will give the notice about participants speaking from the phone. When we have 2 participants that will be speaking by phone. I'll give the instructions then. All right, fine, cool.
So just as a reminder for those speaking that all comments are directed to me as the chair. If you have any questions, any one of the commissioners can take your question and then ask it at the end of the presentation. There's no opportunity for back and forth between the commissioners and the public other than questions of clarification. So if you do present after your presentation, if members do have questions of clarification on something you might have shared or said or data you might have provided, we can ask clarity on that, but there will be no debate or feedback on presentations. And again, we'll keep it all respectful and on track, and those who have registered have 5 minutes to present. So we'll start with the first presenter, and I'll say the next 3 just so folks can have a chance to get prepared. And our first person on the list is Brian Carter. Then we have Tari Ajadi, and then we have M. Williams. So starting with Brian, if you are here, we'll promote you and you'll have 5 minutes.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Brian, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the commissioners for opening this up to the public. It's a bold move and greatly appreciated. And I think it will make good inroads with the whole process overall. I ask that consideration be given to the questions that I have on a go forward with the budget. And I don't expect answers today at all. But my first question is, January 17th, DOJ gave a presentation on RCMP cost per member, all-in model. The HRP budget does not do this, making it difficult for citizens to get true costs of policing. Can the budget reflect the all-in costs? This means taking costs that are in other city budgets that don't show up in the police budgets and bringing them back to the police budget. Question number 2, when will we see any of the, or some of the 36 defund police recommendations come into effect, reducing the cost of policing, moving resources and job functions to other organizations? Question number 3, policing is the source of many lawsuits. When these occur and other legal matters occur, where does the money come from to pay for these? I didn't see it in the budget anywhere. Number 4, police recruit training. What are the actual costs to taxpayers for the in-house recruit training, including things like pulling police cars off the road to give them driver training and so on and so forth, fuel costs for that and so on. Number 5, Halifax Airport contract. Where is it shown in the budget? Are taxpayers on the hook for any of that? Are costs such as equipment, fleet, fuel, litigation, training, overtime, etc., recouped in that contract? Travel for training is number 6. There seems to be a lot of training takes place in Toronto and other parts of Ontario. Can this be shown in the budget clearly so we know what's being done outside the province? And can the travel be reduced by tapping into local training in partnership with the RCMP? Number 7, RCMP and HRM police an approximate population of 183,000 and a 5,290 square kilometers of area with 183 sworn officers. HRP police is approximately 254,000 population, 200 square kilometer area, and 550 sworn officers. Can you provide the cost per resident for policing in rural versus urban? That cost would have to be derived from an all-in cost, obviously, as my earlier question asked. Number 8, revenues in the budget. What are they? Is it parking tickets, criminal record checks, motor vehicle violations? I'm concerned that using tickets or violations as revenue will drop as police move away from ticketing in the future, which has seen historically to affect minorities disproportionately being pulled over. That's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I forgot to tell you to ask you what community do you represent?
Fall River.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any questions or clarifications from members? Don't see anyone with their hand up. Oh, Commissioner Kent. Yep.
I was madly trying to write Brian, so thank you for that, but I just got behind, a little bit behind. Can you repeat the one that was around, I think it was, no, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was after the defund recommendations come into effect. It was the one immediately after that, around maybe police complaints or police.
Yes, it was about the lawsuits. It was number 3.
Lawsuits, that's what the word knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. So what did you want clarification? Just read the whole thing?
I just wasn't sure what you had referred to in relation to that. And I know you were asking who covers that cost in relation to dealing with all of that. So that's fine. Just needed clarification on what you were asking. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you.
So what I'm asking in that is simply that there are quite a few lawsuits in policing. It doesn't matter what agency in Canada. There are quite a few that spill out of the things that take place in policing. And I was just asking, is that in the budget? And where does the money come from to cover all that litigation? Because it can be very costly. And as well, the payouts. Is there insurance paying that out? If someone wins a lawsuit, just where does the money come from for the litigation and for paying out any lawsuits and other litigation that comes with the course of police doing their duties.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here with us tonight.
No problem.
So just a reminder for folks, when you do come up, just please state your name and your community. And also, if there are any questions that members want to ask the chief afterwards, we will make note of it and ask at the end. All right, so our next speaker, Tari Ajadi, Martin or M. Williams, and Ardis. And I'm just going to make a disclaimer, I'm terrible with names. And so if I get your name wrong, please just get me a hit or put your hand up. But Ardis, why not? Apologies again. So Tari, if you are here, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the board for creating this meaningful step towards public engagement here. I'm here today to speak in my role as a resident of Halifax District 8, if I'm not mistaken, and not as a representative of the subcommittee to defunding the police. I mention the subcommittee, however, because my work on the report has revealed the stakes of the decision that's at hand for the board today. The way that I see it, you have two pathways in front of you as a board. One's easier, it's the status quo for how the board has operated for the past few decades with little variation. But from my perspective, it's also a dereliction of your duty as commissioners under the Police Act to ensure that community needs and values are reflected in policing priorities, objectives, goals, programs, and strategies. It means throwing away any shred of legitimacy that the subcommittee's process and this budgetary process might have. The other's a lot harder. It's more complex. It requires meaningful community engagement, extensive consultations, a willingness to experiment and be bold. It also requires you to say no to this budgetary request, to put your foot down and to demand better for the residents of Halifax Regional Municipality. And I'm here to ask you to take the second way. Let's take a quick overview of the facts. HRP is asking for around a 2.3% increase to its budget, or a little over $2 million for this year. They want to hire 26 new officers, and they claim that these officers are necessary because of officer burnout and mental health challenges, increased rates of speeding and hate crimes in the municipality, among other items. And this is, by the way, not to mention the extra 10% pay bump over 4 years that officers have received due to the most recent collective agreement, which adds in this calendar year or in this fiscal year, an additional $5.7 million onto the HRP bill. One of the requests for Victim Services Case Coordinator is reasonable from my point of view. Victim Services has been underfunded in the municipality for years, and more investment in this civilianized portion of the organization would be welcome. Personally, I think the organization should be moved from under the mandate of the HRP, but that's a separate topic for another day. The rest of the money, however, is being requested with little to no robust evidence that would justify such an expense. For example, HRP is asking for $755,900 in increased staffing for traffic offences. This for a unit that issued a total of 36 summary offence tickets for stunting last year. If we took just the salaries requested and divided them by the tickets issued, we'd come up with just under $21,000 in salaries per ticket issued. That's not a return on investment to me. Worse still, none of those summary offences have changed the status quo in a city where it's perpetually dangerous to be a pedestrian or to use active transportation or to be disabled or to be old, and the list goes on. I can go on about some of the poorest claims in HRP's submission. Media sources over the past couple of weeks have noted that some of the graphs that Chief Kinsella presented were misleading, and others did not even have a scale that would measure the degree or impact of any increased mental health claims on the force. I do not wish officers poor mental health, but what is required to address those issues is a fulsome understanding of the issues behind it, not a knee-jerk reaction that more officers will somehow fix that issue. From my perspective, there's no meaningful justification for this budgetary ask forthcoming from HRP, apart from, I suppose, asking nicely. But a detailed takedown of this budgetary request in particular isn't what's really at issue here. The point that I'm trying to make is that it's the HRP's capacity to assume ever-increasing budgets without anything to show for it that's the problem. No other municipal body is treated this way. No other municipal body could deceive its oversight board time after time, refuse to implement any meaningful reforms, harass and quite literally brutalize the people it is allegedly supposed to serve without consequence, and then still return to ask for more money. We deserve better. The city of Halifax deserves better. And that is what is at stake with this budget vote. You have an opportunity to set boundaries on behalf of the rest of us, to ask Halifax Regional Police to be accountable to the residents of this great city for the first time. You'd be setting an example for police governance across the country at a time when trust in institutions like these is at an all-time low. I implore you to take this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or clarification from members? Seeing none, really quickly, can you, the breakdown of the costs related to ticketing in policing, can you just do that math again for me?
Absolutely. So I was just taking the budgetary ask of the 8 traffic officers and the 1 traffic constable, and I divided the number of tickets issued last year. So if just those officers were issuing the tickets, how much would it be per ticket? And so that's $755,900 in salaries for a year for 36 summary offense tickets. And that's just under $21,000, I think $20,997. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
All right, well, again, appreciate you being here. We'll go to our next speaker.
Thanks very much.
So our next speaker is M. Williams. And then after M. Williams, we have Artist, and then we have Farid Banks.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Excellent. Wow, how do I follow Tari? It's impossible. I can maybe follow with some of the English accent, but the rest I'm completely blown out of the water. I mean, incredible. So I just wanted to speak specifically on the budget relating to traffic officers. I believe it's 8, and a traffic sergeant. So that's a huge investment in road safety, and I've taken a voluntary interest in that issue over the past few years, and just wanted to kind of think about that a little bit with you all, please. So as I understood it, and my knowledge is a couple of years out of date, I think, but this almost doubles the traffic team at HRB. It's quite a significant step up from existing officers, capacity, etc. So this is really a huge step, and it's a big a kind of big vote of confidence towards what the police are doing to improve road safety. What I wanted to ask is, I'm not, obviously I have no basis to say that's the wrong decision, but what I did want to do is flag some of the things which are not happening on road safety, which perhaps should be looked at as a first step before spending over $700,000 a year for perhaps quite a long time, which is a lot of money, having a look at some alternatives. So I know, for example, that the traffic police have been spending a lot of time on provincial highways, so I understand that's fine if that's what's needed, but they're perhaps not municipal roads, and perhaps the councillors might want to consider what do we need first and foremost on our municipal roads to improve safety. So right outside to my left here is Lacewood, and I would say probably pretty much everybody speeds on it. It's not a nice road. It's not a efficient road. It's great for people who want to speed and overtake, but it's not working for the community, and it's not probably even working for people speeding on it because they are endangering, the speed is endangering other people. As keeps coming up, we need to look at things like road diets. Road diets can take a long time if we're looking at redesigning roads, but there are other very well-known established ways of getting road diets up and running through things like restriping. And so every time a road is resurfaced, you simply reorganize the road space to slow drivers down and give safe space for pedestrians who want to cross and for people who want to pass through it, including cyclists and pedestrians. So that's one example I wanted to flag and request that decision makers evaluate alongside whatever police might bring to the table by increasing their traffic office staff is, so how is this going to serve municipal roads? If we do have police there, is it going to create a lasting change? Are they going to come down to Lacewood, do some enforcement, go away, and then are things just going to be the same again afterwards? You know, how much police do we need on a road to make a real difference to improve conditions? And actually, can we get more for our money by looking at reorganizing road space for a very simple road diet and changing conditions 24/7 instead of relying on human officers? I want to go back, if I may, and I'm probably running out of time, to the road safety framework. There are some specific, really important provisions there which needs, I think, looking at before increasing road safety spending with police. For example, it is very clear in the road safety framework that the stakeholders need to form a road safety team. Right as soon as the framework was approved, this should have happened. The stakeholders tell me that hasn't happened. Secondly, on pedestrian safety, I'm looking now at the strategy. We are supposed to be seeing an action plan for the worst 10 pedestrian collisions.
30 seconds remaining in your presentation.
Sorry, is that me finished?
That was 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds remaining, thank you. So the worst 10 pedestrian collisions was an action requirement, and I will send follow-up information on that because I can't really say too much more within the time allotted, but thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. We have a question of clarification from Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for coming tonight and sharing your obviously considerable expertise about road safety. Could you explain what a road diet is? I've never heard that phrase before.
Sure. It is simply a reorganization of space on a road which is perhaps more designed along highway conditions, so perhaps 2 lanes in each direction. So they tend to be used almost like a highway with drivers overtaking other drivers and overtaking lanes. They're kind of fast and furious, and they're impossible for people to cross to get to the bus stop. So a road diet, you might reduce that to 3 lanes and create refuge islands in the middle and cycle lanes. And it can be done very simply without a redesign, so that you've just got drivers slowing down and everybody able to use that road without the speed.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Again, thank you for joining us this evening, and we'll go to our next speaker, which is Artis. Then after that, Fred. Thanks. Lisa,
thank you.
Thank you.
So hi, everyone. I'm going to try to keep this shorter than 5 minutes if I can. So just briefly, I am no stranger to Halifax Regional Police. I teach sociology and criminology, and I do research in gender-based violence and domestic homicide, but I spent 5 years as a victim services counselor with HRPD. And I've worked probably close to 20 years now, both with officers and folks associated with victims services and other services in HRM. And I'm really frustrated with the Board of Police Commissioners. I want to say something really briefly about the mandate and responsibilities of this board, because I think in board governance, sometimes those founding documents of what you actually are supposed to do often gets lost. And I want to point out that the board is mandated by the Police Act to provide administrative direction, organization, and policy required to maintain adequate, effective, and efficient police department. And this includes specific language on the governance and enforcement of law, maintenance of law and order, and most importantly, the prevention of crime in the municipality. And so over the past few decades, in my experience in HRM, the board and HRPD have absolutely miserably failed on doing any of those things with regards to gender-based violence and family violence, yet they continue to use pro-arrest policies, which uses a significant amount of time and resources with police. And we have research showing that less than 1% of studies out there actually still support this form of policing for family violence. In addition to that, Halifax Regional Police and the Nova Scotia RCMP have been part of high-risk protocols to try and end the high rates of intimate partner homicide that we're seeing. And they have made no discernible serious difference in the amount of largely women who are being killed by their partners in HRM, many of whom have contact with police and have looked for forms of help and prevention prior to their death. So I know we're talking about like fatalities from poor roads and issues with cycling safety, but I also want to point out that HRPD has been using a significant amount of resources using pro-arrest that criminalize survivors of family violence and make no discernible difference and absolutely have no investment in the prevention of crime in HRM. Yet we've seen the police services budget, we've seen the HRPD budget go up and up and up, even though 2014 sex work was decriminalized. And that used a lot of resources with HRPD. So they're no longer responsible for patrolling regarding sex work in the same way. And then in 2018, we see the decriminalization of cannabis. Probably in the next 5 years, we're going to see the decriminalization of hard drugs. And we know from the Prime Minister that there's significant interest in doing this. So police have already been detasked from doing a significant number of the activities that they used to do on patrol because of changes to the criminal code. There is no longer evidence to support the use of pro-arrest when it comes to responding to 1049 and domestic violence. And we're seeing continued violence in homes in HRM because of a failure of the board to have oversight of HRPD to make sure that what they're doing is actually effective and that we have proper civilian-run prevention programs in place. And there's nothing that says the board can't invest in civilian-run projects. And of course, their victim services is one of those civilian-run projects, although largely they're not as effective as they could be or should be. So because I do research on family violence and homicide, and because I've seen sort of the continued inadequacy of how both the Mounties in Nova Scotia and HRPD handle high-risk family violence, I am appealing to the board to deny any increase in HRPD funding and to redirect resources towards adequate oversight, prevention, and governance on how we address gender-based violence. And so I would recommend adopting all 36 recommendations in the report and doing it unquestionably. But right now, and I can say that many of the folks in the domestic violence in frontline services workers community in Halifax have similar frustrations around the continued rising police budgets when we had Bryony House that didn't even have a place for women to stay for periods of the pandemic, even though we were seeing skyrocketing rates of domestic violence. So please, Police Services Board, revisit your job that as it's outlined in the Police Act and revisit that with special attention to how effectively some of those resources are being spent, specifically with regards to pro-arrest policies. And I would say if the police need extra funds to do work supervising traffic and folks who are stunting on motorcycles, then they could definitely we could explore provincially alternatives to pro-arrest policies that criminalize survivors of family violence.
Thank you. Just for the record, can you say your name and your community?
Oh yeah, Ardith Wynot at Armdale, Spryfield.
Great, thank you. Any questions or clarification from members? Not seeing none. I just have one. Can you just really quickly give or give me the definition of pro-arrest? Oh, take your time.
Sorry, I'm so sick today. Yeah, so pro-arrest means that the victim no longer they don't have the ability to determine whether a charge is laid. So probably about, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was about 20 years, excuse me. The prevailing attitude was that victims were being threatened by their abusers to not press charges. And so the rationale for having a pro-arrest policy was that if there was evidence to lay a charge for domestic assault, police did it with or without cooperation from the victim. However, what we saw was an expanding number of charges against women who were defending themselves, and police were throwing up their hands, and they continue to do this. They throw up their hands and they say, well, I can't tell who the aggressor was, so they lay charges on both sides. So then, because of the way that pro-arrest policies are now understood in the community, survivors are way less likely to call police, and they actually go to extra efforts to hide the abuse for fear of criminalization, because they don't have any say in whether or not charges are laid, and they're likely to be charged for defending themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
And I would refer to Nancy Ross's research. She's done research specifically in Nova Scotia and did a systematic review on the effectiveness of pro-arrest policies with attention to how we could change that in Nova Scotia.
Nancy Ross?
Yeah, Nancy Ross.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for joining us this evening. So next we have Fred, Lisa Roberts, and Jamie Livingston. Fred Banks, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Simon Ross-Siegel, legislative assistant and assisting in production tonight. I have been on the phone with Fred Banks and have confirmed that he's unable to attend the meeting tonight. He has a conflicting obligation.
All right, no worries. Then next we'll go to Lisa Roberts.
Hi. Thanks so much for the opportunity to join you and speak briefly today. My comments are going to be very focused on one small element of the Halifax Regional Police budget, which is the polygraph unit. And what I'm going to describe is really a case study for why I think that money is ill spent. I came to look at the operations of this unit in response to a plea for help from some constituents when I was the MLA for Halifax Needham. The dad in this family of 5, dad, mom, 3 kids, had applied for a job with Halifax Regional Police. That was posted, it was posted custodial work. I don't believe there was a reference in the initial application, though there may have been that it was going to require a security clearance, but a security clearance was indeed required, I guess, as he might have been cleaning the Halifax Regional Police headquarters. And that resulted in the use of a polygraph as part of the screening process. And I think that this actually connects back to some of the comments that were made by Ardith Wynot about that pro-arrest policy, because some of the questions in the polygraph, specifically in section 43, which asks, have you ever been in a physical altercation with a spouse, partner, or any other person associated with you in a domestic or family relationship? And that's part A of section 43. And part C, have you ever used physical force on a child? An answer to the affirmative to either of these questions that is used in a polygraph in the context of an employment screening can and does result in charges laid against the applicant for the employment. In this particular case, this family that I supported over a number of months both ended up with criminal charges laid against them, mom and dad. Dad ended up being out of the household, ended up incurring rent costs because he needed to pay for accommodations elsewhere. Mom lost an employment opportunity because she had to disclose that there were charges open against her. This employment process using the polygraph resulted in work for 2 legal aid lawyers on certificate. It resulted in months of involvement of child protection services in this family's life, and just almost unimaginable stress and sadness. In this particular case, the dad, who is very proficient, but English is a new language for him. Might have missed the warning at the beginning of the polygraph, which actually doesn't fully warn of the possible implications for a person entering into it. It warns not to reveal serious crimes, but the sort of incidents that he revealed were not serious crimes, and indeed all charges were dropped before there was any court date. But yeah, he was made extremely vulnerable. And in fact, that family's life really exploded as a result of you know, a desire for a job with regular hours, and you know, that would have improved his family's life. I don't think that is a justifiable expense. My understanding is that the polygraph unit is used almost exclusively for employment, that polygraphs are not used in investigative the investigative work of policing, because they have been so widely debunked. And so the fact that we are paying as citizens for approximately $250,000 a year to operate a polygraph unit, which is approximately the same budget as is allocated to the victim services unit, to me is just indefensible. And so that is my input today, and much thanks to the commissioners for listening to me, and also respect to the other presenters already at this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, could you say a community that you reside?
Yes, certainly. I am in your district, Councillor Smith, District 8 of Halifax.
All right, appreciate it. And thank you for joining us. And I don't see anybody with questions. So again, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
All right, going to our next speaker, which is Jamie. Then we have Veronica Post, and then Val Johnson. So Jamie, are you here?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Livingston. I'm a criminologist here in Halifax with specialized expertise in interactions between police and people who have mental health issues. And I'm a resident of District 8 here in Halifax. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the proposed $2 million increase to the Halifax Regional Police annual budget. The first reason for my opposition is because I don't believe that the ask for a budget increase has been sufficiently justified by the HRP. The information presented to the board and made available to the public didn't sufficiently demonstrate existing gaps in services or efforts to use existing resources to address the issues that were identified, or the need for the types or quantity of additional resources being requested. The board is correct in giving such a request for so much money, careful inspection and closer scrutiny, especially in light of the work undertaken at the request of this board by the Defunding the Police subcommittee. And that connects to the second reason for me speaking in opposition to the proposed increase to the HRP's annual budget. The way forward for enhancing public safety in Halifax is not by expanding police powers or by increasing the size of our police force. The way forward is by making investments in priorities that are identified in Halifax's current public safety strategy and informed by recommendations from the defunding report. From a criminological perspective, a much stronger case can be made for committing the $2 million to upstream social development and community building programs that address inequitable social conditions, as is articulated by Halifax's current public safety strategy, which says that, quote, at the heart of the strategy is focusing on building communities where everyone is safe to live, work, learn, and play. The strategy addresses the broad range of risk and protective factors, from parenting to housing and food insecurity, to social isolation and exclusion, to educational attainment and workforce attachment, end quote. Research indicates that investing more money in and expanding the size of a police force has marginal, if any, impact on crime. So then in the context of finite resources, the question should be, What is the justification for and human cost of investing $2 million in something with marginal returns on investment instead of investing it in a range of social programs, services, and supports that we know to be effective for preventing crime and ultimately enhancing the safety and well-being of our communities? In addition to making more investment in upstream social development and prevention programs, this $2 million would be well spent on initiatives focused on detasking the police from responsibilities and functions that are more appropriately and effectively handled by civilians, as was discussed in the defunding report. This should involve working with partners to establish a non-police involved mobile mental health crisis response service for Halifax, as is being done in other Canadian municipalities, such as Toronto, Red Deer, Victoria, and Vancouver. Recommendation 15 from the defund report states that, quote, regional council in cooperation with the police board and the provincial government should revise the mental health mobile crisis team mobile response to ensure that mental health crisis calls are generally diverted to civilian-only teams. This model should also be explored for other social and health-based emergency calls, end quote. This board has the responsibility to attend to the needs and values of the community, which calls for recommending that the $2 million being requested by the HRP be reinvested in developing alternatives to policing that attends to people's health and social needs using effective approaches without criminalization. This is how the board can and should align with the needs and values of our community, as is reflected in the public safety strategy and the defund report. I want to close my comments by reiterating my opposition to increasing the HRP's annual budget on the grounds that it isn't sufficiently justified and would be more effectively invested in upstream social development programs and retasking initiatives. Thanks to the board for inviting the public to express its needs and values regarding the HRP's proposed budget and the broader goals of policing in Halifax. Thanks again, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Anyone with questions or clarification? Seeing none. Again, thank you for joining us this evening. And we'll go to our next speaker, which is Veronica Post. And then after that, Val Johnston, and then Kate McDonald. So Veronica, are you with us?
Hello?
We can hear you, and you have 5 minutes.
Start my video here. Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak and for hosting this meeting for public feedback on the proposed budget increase for the Halifax Regional Police. I'm an artist in Halifax. I live in District 8, and I was here to state that I oppose the increased budget proposed by the Halifax Regional Police. Mostly for all of the reasons that were just outlined so well by Mr. Livingston. So rather than maybe just repeating all of the same talking points, I will say that the reason why I decided to take the time to come and speak tonight is because I was so disturbed by the police actions against people living in encampments this year during a housing crisis and a pandemic. I think it's a really good example of how police actions are sometimes causing more harm than good and further marginalizing people who are already at risk. I think the money could be better spent, like Mr. Livingston has just said, investing in upstream social development programs, housing, harm reduction, and trauma-informed care for our community. And I think that that would probably be a much better use of the money and would reduce crime and also reduce the work that the police are tasked to do. So that's my piece. Thank you very much for allowing me the time and space to come and speak.
Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time to be here. And I don't see anyone with questions or clarification. So with that, we'll say thanks again, and we'll go to our next speaker, which is Val. Then we have Kate McDonald, and then Claire Riley. Val Johnson, are you here?
Yes, I'm waiting for the dreaded Zoom lag. There we go.
I can hear you and see you. Floor is yours.
Thank you to the chair and to the board for opening this up to the public. And like a number of other folks have mentioned, I also hope that this points to much greater public participation in these important matters in future. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about who I am and why I'm here and what I'm seeking today from the board. I'm Dr. Val-Marie Johnson. I'm faculty, a co-founder and the current chair of the Department of Social Justice and Community Studies at St. Mary's University. I live in District 7, and I am not speaking on behalf of my department or St. Mary's, but as an informed community member. I'm here as a scholar of social and legal regulation and policing at the intersection of unequal power for the past 3 decades. I taught as full-time faculty for 13 years in the criminology program at St. Mary's. For 8 years, I was on the leadership team running out of the cold Halifax. I am the lead faculty liaison for the Lynn Jones African Canadian and Diaspora Heritage Collection in the SMU Archives, the co-organizer of a 2-year Indigenous Speaker Series in HRM. I've worked and continue to work extensively with African Nova Scotian and Indigenous community members. And I co-founded the department that I work in today in key part due to my deep and I have to say extremely well-informed disillusionment with criminalization, policing, and criminal justice as social tools. And I'm also here speaking in a way that I don't normally publicly because someone that I love, my uncle, died in prison. And so in addition to all of my professional and scholarly and community expertise, I have very up close and personal experience with how criminalization and incarceration mean the dehumanization of those who are criminalized and of their families and communities. So in sum, what am I seeking today from this place that I'm speaking from? I am asking this board, HRM Council, Halifax Police, and the RCMP, in consultation with this city's people, especially those most negatively impacted by policing, to fully digest and meaningfully address the incomparable gift that has been provided to them by Dr. Jones and her collaborators, which I can't name all of them. Read the report, find out who they are in this careful, thorough, and sensible report on defunding the police. And the invitation, the incredible invitation that it extends to all of us to work for a better future. And today, what that requires of this board is to not vote on the police budget it has before it. And I want to frame that in relation to, as a number of other speakers have, the job of the board and its relation to my job. And to say that I almost withdrew from speaking today because I've not yet had a chance to completely and thoroughly digest this extremely detailed and careful report. And my job is not to decide on police budgets. So I have to urge you, whose job it is to decide on police budgets, to meaningfully respect and address this report by pausing decision-making on the police budget and especially their requested increase, yet again, in that budget.
30 seconds remaining.
The community have for decades, including recently on the streets here and around the world, voiced the urgent need to address these issues. And I ask the board today to step up and have the courage to listen And as Tari aptly summarized, the city of Halifax deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for being here this evening. Anyone with questions or clarification? Not seeing any. Again, thank you for joining us this evening. And we'll go to our next speaker, which is Kate McDonald. Then we have Claire Riley and then Jerry Grant. So Kate, are you with us?
Okay, we ready to go?
I can see you and hear you, so floor is yours.
Brilliant. First and foremost, I just want to say, wow, I love everybody that's spoken here today. Thank you so much for taking the time. How brilliant it is to see community mobilize in this way. Next, I'm here to say that I oppose the $2 million police budget increase. In my opinion, this is not a good investment. This literally would negate the work that's been done by the Defund the Police committee and all of the recommendations within that report. Kinsella has previously referenced in his budget proposal that HRP operating budget has not grown over past years and is aligning with City Council recommendation to reduce funding. This was discussed in 2020 when HRP sought to purchase a war vehicle and the public said no. The police operating budget has decreased or stayed relatively the same over the last 4 years. However, in the last 3 years, significantly more money has been allocated to HRP special enhancements budget. When accounted for in the overall budget, HRP budgets are continuing to increase despite calls from policymakers and community to divest and defund. This reallocation of funds indicates that HRP have no intentions of working towards defunding the police, despite all of the remarks that we've heard that they will continue to be a willing participant in the conversation. I also just want to name that projected budgets rarely end up being what's actually spent, and it's usually more. Okay, now I have some questions. How will more money make policing more effective? And how will $2 million make HRP more culturally competent and less racist? How do we know that this isn't an investment in more violence, as trends show that it actually is? I also have another question in relationship to August 18th. How much money was spent on this day? Is this really a question right now of more money or more effective spending? For example, BC spent $6.75 million on deployment of the RCMP during a literal natural disaster, and I'm sure the numbers here were comparable when you look at wages, gas, administration fees, etc. Next, I stumbled upon a 7-page financial presentation from HRP from 2020 to 2021 that cites most of their budget is used for wages. So I'm just wondering, why do you need more money when recruiting is down and there are less officers involved currently? And how can we be sure that new positions are being created in good faith when there are obviously issues in the current model of policing? So creating new positions does not solve the current problems that we have right now. Also, Dan Kinsella has been cited more than once saying that Halifax has unique issues in relationship to policing. What are those? My next questions are, do HRM and HRP care about Black, Indigenous, racialized, trans, queer, disabled, and forcibly marginalized communities and community members? Literally, people have been crying out for policing to be defunded, yet here we are having a conversation about a budget increase. My closing, investing in robust police budgets without tangible returns on investment or stats to support these choices is obviously a bad decision. And activism has been cited as being on the rise for one of the reasons this budget increase is necessary. And that to me feels irresponsible and unrealistic. There have been riots on this territory since Black folks specifically, and personally have been here. This is part of our and your history. Activism actually is a response to state sanctions, violence, murder, and genocide. So if we're greenlighting an extra $2 million, what are we saying yes to? And what is the real cost to society and my communities? That's it. Those were a lot of questions. Also, the community that I'm from, like African Nova Scotian, but also I currently live in Cole Harbour, but was raised in Central Halifax. That's it. That's all.
Thank you very much. And a couple of hands up. So I'll start with Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you so much, Ms. McDonald, for coming out tonight. I really appreciate you taking the time. I wondered, you mentioned a portion of the budget that had seen year-over-year increases, and I didn't catch the phrase that you used. Was that special enhancements or special enforcements, or sorry, which?
Special enhancements, but I do believe there also is a budget line for special enforcements as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for attending to speak to us tonight. I guess my question of clarification is more to I guess it would be Marty than anything else, because this has been mentioned a few times now during the discussion. I just need to confirm, we only have the power to decide on a figure, correct? We cannot direct where that money is spent. Like we can't say, yes, you can have $2 million, but we only want it spent on victim services. Like we don't have that power to direct where the money is spent. We just decide on a figure, correct?
Right.
Chair Smith, do you want me to speak to that now or save it for debate or what?
Commissioner Blackburn, depending on the answer, will that inform your question for Ms. McDonald?
No, I guess it'd be a question of clarification for speakers who have spoken and those who are coming up,
Okay,
because this is a theme that I've that's sort of come up, and I just want to clarify what our role and our what our jurisdiction is here.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
people are
Let
better
me answer
informed.
it then. Yeah,
Yep.
Let me answer it then. No, I think what you're doing here is you're conflating what council can do and what the commission can do. The commission can do much more than that, okay? The commission can actually make, the budget that comes from the commission can contain all sorts of modifications, all right? At council, once it reaches council, council can only approve the budget as presented or the figure, or send it back with a lower figure and that sort of thing. But no, you have a much broader range.
All right.
here.
Much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Critchley, follow up?
Thanks. Maybe just as a follow-up, just to Commissioner Blackburn's point, is that we also have statutory duties under Section 55(2) to ensure that the budget is in keeping with our duties as a board. So those are important to review as they relate to the budget.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. So again, thank you for being here. We appreciate your questions. And if any members want to ask them your questions, we'll make sure that we do that when the chief comes back. So thanks again. All right, so moving to our next speaker, which is Claire Riley, and I hope I'm saying your last name wrong, so I apologize if I'm not. Gary Grant, and then Karen Gross. So Claire. Claire in the meeting. Oh yeah, I do see Claire in the meeting.
Is this any better?
Oh, I can hear you and see you. Welcome.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm switching back and forth between Teams and Zoom all day. So thank you very much, Chair Smith and the board, for inviting public participation on this matter. My name is Claire Riley, and I'm a member of HRM District 8, and I'm also a board member of Wellness Within. Wellness Within supports women, trans and non-binary folks who have experienced criminalization and who are either parenting or are pregnant. In our work, we see the consequences of police ignoring gendered violence. We see police perpetrating gender violence, and we see policing as a system founded on racism and colonialization. Among the 25 new officers the HRP intends to hire with the additional $2 million are 2 new detectives for the sexual assault unit. And we as an organization support the defunding the police reports call for victims of sexual assault to be able to report, as other folks have said today, to a non-police community organization. We want the city to create a third-party reporting program and to improve funding to the prevention of gender violence and the care of those who experience violence. HRP also wants to create 2 new positions for its hate crimes unit. Theorist and organizer Harsha Walia reminds us that a racist system like that of policing can never protect racialized people. More policing in Canada always results in more policing of Indigenous and racialized people. HRP wants 12 new patrol officers, although the rate of crime in Nova Scotia is below the national average, and the rate in Halifax is below the provincial average. After decades of now well-reported and well-known racist street checks, we can expect any increase in patrols to result in more of that racist profiling. Instead, we think the city should work to meaningfully address white supremacy, misogyny, and transmisogyny in order to prevent violence from occurring in the first place. And that's the key part that I heard a lot of speakers talk about already today. HRP wants 8 new traffic officers and a traffic sergeant. Halifax has made some improvements over the recent years in road safety, but continues to lack basic infrastructure to keep pedestrians and cyclists safe. Policing after the harm has occurred, this is kind of the crucial point, does nothing to protect our children and communities from traffic dangers. Giving someone a ticket, posting police, giving them a fine, putting them in jail. We don't see the numbers come down with those concurrent numbers going up. What we need is more prevention of road dangers through investment in traffic slowing, physical infrastructure, in public transit, and in bicycle paths. So as community members supporting the health of people who experience state violence and the discriminatory social process of criminalization, we know that we as community members can actually keep each other safe. We ask that the HRP funding increase be denied and that Halifax and the board goes a step beyond to actively divest from policing and choose to fund real safety for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one has their hand, so I'll take this opportunity really quickly just to go back to a point you made related to the added officers for sexual assault investigation. So what you're seeing is from the work that you do, having people who are not in uniforms has more of an impact than having folks within uniform dealing with those investigations.
Yeah, and we have folks who have criminalized folks who are members of our organization, who've had previous experience, lived experience, who have expressed, and of course the population we deal with day to day, but folks even we work with today who have told us that reporting to a civilian, a completely separate organization would make them feel more at ease. And like some of the previous presenters have said, felt more likely to come forward with complaints and with reporting the incidents that occurred, the violence.
Right. So would that mean separate from current victim services as well? So a totally different organization that's not attached to the police at all?
That would be what we propose, yes.
Got you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else. Again, appreciate you for being here. And we'll go to our next speaker, Gary Grant, and then we have Karen Gross, and then Nancy Hunter. Gary?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to present about 6 questions. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you and see you.
Okay, great. I'm going to just drop 6 questions to the medium here. I'm from Hammonds Plains. I'm also a retired RCMP sergeant, many years retired, and I look at this whole venture as an opportunity for the public to finally become involved in the policing structure throughout HRM, but even more in a broader way over time. I think it's healthy, and I think it's way overdue. In any event, the $90 million budget, which is the total budget for HRP, is a great budget with very few details in spending from my perspective. The RCMP budgets, which I was part of back in the day, were all inclusive as they are today. I see little I don't know, sort of a dialogue in that area. I think that the citizens need to know where the money is allocated in detail, not just the 2,000 increase or the 2 million increase, but all of it. I think it's so big that sometimes we lose perspective, and I think we have to be careful of that. The money is allocated, and it has to be allocated in great detail, including what is not reported here or is reported in other city budgets. Sometimes you can hide stuff, and I use the word hide in the most respectful way. There's always more money out there if it's buried away someplace, and I think you have to be very careful about that. That is one of the issues that I'm very, very passionate about. It should be all in. Budgets for such as fleet, maintenance, fuel, technology, facility rentals, insurance and training, etc., have to be all inclusive. And sometimes that slips away and you're dealing with little pieces and packages and you don't take a look at the big picture. And that's not right. That's something that needs to be looked at. I'd like you all to, and I'm hoping that that'll come forward from this forum. The next point I want to make is please explain what the $4,000 for vehicles are for. Is it clearly, because it's clearly not for purchase of vehicles or repairs and maintenance, $4,000 for police force this size, what's that about? I can't explain it, and hopefully at some point down the road somebody will. The next question I have is how many vehicles do HRP have, including purchased, leased, rentals, boats, ATVs, motorcycles, and even the horses? We tend to lose all that perspective when we talk about the bigger picture. Can you provide a detailed cost for each of these particular brackets of resources? I think it's very, very important that the public know exactly what this is all about and not just put it in a big lump and hope for the best. My next question is, where are fuel costs and repairs and maintenance costs in this budget for vehicles? I don't see it. Maybe I'm missing something. If it's there, it should be broken down and very explicit. The RCMP budget is an all-inclusive budget. This one is not. So I urge you to draw a comparison between the two. I think when you do, you'll shake your head and say, what? As I have. I would like to say and ask, can we see more details on workmen's compensation and the insurance costs, which are ever increasing? They need to be more clear, and these costs are always rising, and we have to be cognizant of that and watch it. And I'd like to know what they are. I don't see it. Police officers, and my last question, basically, or overview, is police officers to 100,000 population is 219 for Halifax Regional Police, 219 sworn officers for 100,000 population. The national average is 145 based on StatsCan from 2019 and also the top 49 departments across the country. That's quite a difference. Asking for more officers seems odd based on this. Can there be a reallocation of sworn officers to do actual police work in the areas that you're trying to increase your budget for and move other move other roles to civilians or other organizations? Not, I hate the word defunding. I think it's reallocation is a much better word. The reallocation of police budget funds. I think that would serve the purpose and that would eliminate a lot of the guesswork that the public don't see. So that's my little blip, and I just would ask that and thank everybody for taking part in this. I look at it with just shake my head sometimes. There is so much that isn't there that I don't know how you can make a proper decision on it. I really don't. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for joining us. And no one has any questions, clarification. So again, appreciate you taking the time this evening. And we'll go to the next speaker, which is Karen Gross. And then Nancy Hunter, and then Keith Colstring. Karen, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Karen Gross. I live in District 8 in the north end of Halifax, or Chibuktuk, Mi'kma'ki. I'm a counseling student. I'm completing my Master's of Education in Counseling right now. And I'm here to speak in support of the defund police report submitted by your subcommittee and in opposition to the budget increase requested by Halifax Regional Police. So Halifax Regional Police say that they are understaffed and need more sworn officers. As Gary just mentioned in the Statistics Canada data, Halifax is actually more heavily policed than almost any other city in Canada. We're more heavily policed than people in Toronto, Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and more than 40 other Canadian municipalities. And actually on the page 82 of the defund report, there are multiple accounts from folks who recount experiences of Halifax Regional Police over responding to incidents, where several police respond at one time to relatively minor incidents or to incidents that might be better handled by paramedics. And this is something that I've actually witnessed on multiple occasions. I've seen police responding to situations that would be better served by a quick response from a mental health or addiction specialist, a street navigator, or a paramedic. I've seen police arrest an elderly intoxicated man who was waiting for the bus and said he just wanted to go home. I've seen police linger on a street corner for more than an hour, escalating a verbal conflict between citizens until they provoked a physical response and arrested one of them. I've seen several police officers respond to a 911 call about a person suffering injuries from a fall. And before paramedics arrived, police were interrogating the injured person, but not providing first aid. In none of these cases did I make a complaint because as far as I could tell, these were police officers doing their jobs. I think we as community members deserve better, and I think that police officers deserve better too. The chief of police has reported that there's a high number of police officers currently on stress leave, and the National Police Federation is quoted on page 62 of the defund report as saying, "For too long, our members have been called on to fill the gaps in the absence of properly funded mental health and social services." It's not fair to ask police to address complex social issues alone. And the tools that police have at their disposal are not appropriate for the very wide range of calls that they're presently expected to respond to. I believe in defunding the police as defined in the report, detasking the police with certain functions that might be more effectively completed by other specialized teams, and reallocating funds from police to these social service providers. Looking at the charts on page 32 and 33 of the defund report, there's some information about how police spend their time. Halifax Regional Police provided data highlighting the breakdown of responses to violent crimes and theft in progress. So these types of calls account for only about 3% of all police calls. So to reiterate, the serious crimes that most folks point to when they argue for the importance of policing in our communities amount to about 3% of the calls that police in Halifax are answering. The major categories for the rest of the calls include things like assisting citizens, false alarms at commercial properties, noise complaints, traffic and driving issues, verbal disputes, and so-called suspicious persons. I would argue that many of these issues could be better dealt with by other professionals, whether that be street navigators, commercial security staff, a civilian traffic enforcement team, or mental health professionals. As someone who is beginning a career as a mental health professional, I know that mental health crises in particular can be complex and that the presence of an armed officer at a crisis moment can further escalate the situation. And we know that in Canada in recent years that has led to multiple people dying. The City of Toronto has just launched a non-police response team for 911 calls related to mental health. These calls will be answered by nurses, mental health clinicians, addiction specialists, and other support staff and people with lived experience who will be trained in de-escalation practices and harm reduction. The recent defund report recommends that Halifax take a similar approach, and I would support this recommendation. There are several areas where I believe that increased investment in social services could benefit public safety. Rather than approving an increase to the Halifax Regional Police's budget, I would like to see funding directed to non-police social services as a step towards detasking the police from certain types of calls where there are other people who are better suited to do that work. Haligonians deserve better, police officers deserve better, and I encourage you to reject this proposed budget increase and instead work towards detasking the police, working with council to support increased funding to social services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone with questions, so again, appreciate you for being here and sharing with us. And we'll go to the next speaker. Thank you. So next we have Nancy Hunter, Keith Colstring, and then Darlene Gilbert. So Nancy, are you in the meeting?
I'm here.
All right, welcome. I can hear you, and the floor is yours.
Okay. So my name is Nancy Hunter. I live in Halifax. I live in District 11. So I want to start by saying I had all kinds of notes, but people have so eloquently said so many things I wanted to say. So I'll try and keep it to things maybe that haven't been said, or maybe said in a different way, hopefully clearly. Let me minimize you so I can read my notes. So first of all, I have to say I'm actually even kind of astonished that we even have to talk about an increase to policing right now. And I also want to say that I am really heartened by the expertise in this community, and that finally that we're having public participation. And I would encourage this more and on every level, because the answers and ideas and creativity and knowledge around us is pretty astounding. So of course, my answer to should we increase is absolutely no. And in fact, I think we should have a moratorium on police increases until we get our own house in order. You know, I think the timing is right now. In front of us, we have a 218-page report, the defund report, that I'm still making my way through. But, you know, it has such wonderful analysis of our current situation, of our outdated and highly problematic governance structure of policing, as well as recommendations for accountability, and ways for the board to be able to exercise their powers to the fullest. And what we really need to start doing, which we don't do in this city, and we haven't ever done in this city, is start to robustly challenge the police on their policies, on their budgets. And I think we need the board to do this and the council to do this on behalf of us, the people, and to reflect our values. The report, someone called it a gift. I think it really is a gift. It really challenged us for us to think about what is safety. How are we really safe? Who are we talking about when we're talking about safety? Also, it of course looks at resources and where they should go and where they're needed, both from a prevention perspective, and also I think what is needed for a society that is built on care. So again, I don't think this is the time to put resources toward policing, but to give the board and us, the people, the resources needed to start to digest this report and start to implement what is in this report. It's really, you know, I know it's full of knowledge and research, but it's also really common sense. And I would really challenge anyone to read it, to find, you know, fault with the spirit of it. And I also cannot see in this time where we are really seeing what the cuts to programs, social programs in our community is doing. We have growing houselessness, we have growing poverty, and this is not the time to be increasing policing. And in terms of governance, I think that our current state, we just don't have the resources, structures, and policies to have the relationship with police in a way that I think behooves a democracy that includes and values all the people in it. And by all the people, I mean whether you live in a tent, are racialized, or are a woman who has been raped. I actually don't think that council or the board or us as people have always had the resources we need to challenge and understand a police budget. I don't think we can continue just saying yes. Certainly I saw Chief Kinsella's presentation a couple of weeks ago, and it was not very informative or analytical or contextual. And I don't think it would stand up to questioning by any outside experts or the people who are here today. I also want to talk about, there's a long list of people in this city who have been harmed by police. I have worked with people who have been harmed by HRP, some egregiously. I have watched street checks continue long after we know their racial component, their impacts, and even their illegality. And yet we still have a long list of serious complaints lodged against police. And that list also includes unsatisfactory and unresolved actions taken by police on those grievances.
30 seconds remaining.
Sorry?
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, the complaint system is a mess. Police are investigating themselves. All the resources and policies protect police, and the people have little to no support. HRP and RCMP operate under different policies, leading to issues with accountability. There is little transparency. We need to start taking all of this seriously, and we can't keep refunding the police and not addressing this. We have a really good document in front of us. Let's stop. Let's put resources into looking at, digesting it, working with the experts in the community. This really does seem to be the time to put the brakes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone with question clarification, so we'll go to our next speaker. Thanks again for being here this evening, Nancy. And our next speaker is Keith Colstring, then Darlene Gilbert, and then Victoria Levac. So Keith, if you are here, I believe Keith is on the phone.
This is Simon Ross Siegel, Legislative Support and Production Assistant. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I previously was in contact with Keith Colstring. He did join by phone successfully a little while back, but appears to have jumped out of the meeting. I will continue to monitor should he jump back in. I've also been in contact with Darlene Gilbert. The speaker did join successfully, but then called me back and let me know that the speaker wished to recuse themselves from further discussion. And I will go ahead and promote Victoria Levac.
All right, that works for me. Thank you.
Okay, are we good to go?
Hi, Victoria, welcome.
Hi, are we good to go?
Yep, floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Victoria Levac, and I may not have all the fancy degrees that these people have said, but I do want to reiterate that everything they've said so far is, in my opinion, correct. And I would also like to add that I don't just say no to the increase. I actually believe said budget should be decreased, like a lot, but that's neither here nor there. One of the reasons cited for increased policing is because of the rise in protest or activism. The reason much of this activism is taking place is due to the police's actions against the unhoused and other marginalized communities. So one way to stop the whole idea of, needing the extra money to protest or to police these protests is to stop doing the things that the community is protesting about, and then they wouldn't be protesting. I have worked with the unhoused for not very long, but I can't tell you the things I have seen while on the ground with unhoused persons is actions by police that have no ability to empathize or even care about unhoused persons. One day while I was there, a young man wanted to turn himself into police, and they showed up with 4 officers for one individual. I then asked the officers, why are there so many of you? Like, this seems unnecessary, as I was police liaison for the day. And the officer looked at me and said, we don't feel safe here. They don't feel safe. They have guns. The people who need to be policed are the ones actually committing violent crimes. These people were not doing so. This man had a drug charge, and was not a threat to our community. And nevertheless, they sent 4 officers. I also happen to be a victim or survivor of sexual assault. I did report to police because I thought that I had no other option in our current system. And I will tell you right now, the police promised to keep me safe. And they have not done so. In fact, the man who assaulted me was able to find me at work and attempted to assault me again. This is after the police said we will do everything in our power to keep you safe. They did not do so, or if they did, they are ineffectual. Police do not have the resources or ability to understand the complexity of sexual assault and the psychological toll it takes on its survivors. Therefore, I would much rather have gone to simply victim services without having to report to police. And after what I've seen on August the 18th, I will never, ever trust or call the police again, regardless of my circumstance, because I do not want to be responsible for someone getting killed unnecessarily. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for joining us, Victoria. Anybody have questions? Not seeing anyone. Again, thanks for joining us, and we'll go to our next speaker. Appreciate it. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I'm wondering, folks, if we want to take a break or if we want to keep going. So I want to look at the commissioners, if you want to give me a thumbs up for a break, or would you rather keep going with?
I would suggest that we keep going.
Okay, we got to
If
keep
that's
going.
okay with other members as well.
Yeah, anyone else?
I would support a break, Mr. Chair, but I'm, I'll defer to others.
All right, we got 2 breaks.
Why don't we do a couple?
Oh, did we lose Lisa? Oh, I think we did. Okay.
I'm in favor of just a very short break.
All right. How about, since we had a few that dropped off, how about we do one more and then we'll just take a break.
Okay.
So, didn't hear. So Keith, I'm assuming, Simon, that Keith hasn't joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Keith has not joined us at this time.
All right, so we'll go to Heather Spindle and then we'll take a break after that.
Hi, it's actually Heather Spidell.
Sorry, Spidell.
No worries. And I'm going to request that we get those counselors back before I speak.
Oh, actually, that's a very good point.
Thank
Just
you.
wondering if Lisa is back in the meeting. Yep, I do see her back in the meeting.
Okay, great. Thanks. I am feeling really disheartened right now. My name is Heather Spidell. I'm in District 1 and 3, Pam Lovelace's area. And I want to thank you for taking the time to open up public debate on the budget. I agree with all of the previous speakers who said that there isn't enough detail in there really to weigh in and say, agree or not. I've done some of my own homework, and I understand that with respect to wages, you have a number of people who are on leave right now, and you have increases in overtime because some of the dire issues that people are having to deal with right now, or the officers are having to deal with. And that's why I'm speaking today. My nephew Adam died by suicide on December the 9th. He was 36 years old, and he leaves behind an 8-year-old daughter, a 6-year-old son, and a 2-year-old little girl. It was emergency responders in the RCMP who responded to that call and supported my niece and children during that time. And subsequent to that, I've done a little bit of research, and I understand that the primary number, like the primary kinds of calls that police are dealing with right now, are mental health calls. So why I started off by saying I'm so kind of just depressed about this call is that there's been not one person who has acknowledged the work of the Halifax police. And I'd like to take the time right now to do that. I spoke with an officer the other day who told me that on his shift, he sat with a woman who had wanted to take her life and die by suicide for 2 hours at the QE2. On that same day, he also responded to a teenager who wanted to die by suicide. Officers are on the front lines of the pandemic, and they are responding to the desperation that people are feeling right now. According to a CBC report and analysis that was published in December of 2021, and there's been an increase of more than 20% when it comes to crisis calls for the Halifax Police. And in addition to that, between January and August of last year, they responded to more than 4,000 calls in Halifax alone. The same person I was speaking to that managed those calls and sat at the hospital and helped the teenager told me in his 15 years of working with the Halifax Police, he's had 1 hour of training. That 1 hour of training was to a breathing workshop. He also told me that officers are not permitted to take sick leave directly after a call like that. They're expected to be back on duty directly after the call. If we talk about a mental health crisis in Nova Scotia, we need to acknowledge that our police force are also suffering. And we need to look at the budget that's been put in front of us and talk about reallocating or redirecting funding for training and support of those officers. So that's my one request for today, is that we look at how are we redirecting and targeting specific funding for those officers who are on the front lines. Now, I know there's a lot of talk about defunding. I also I have certification in change management. I've worked in government. I know the wheels of the bus do not move that fast. So if we are to defund, if we're to look at changes to the mobile crisis team, if we're to look at who responds to mental health, if we're to adopt the Toronto model, that is not going to happen in 2022-23. So what we need to do now is put the oxygen mask on and look at what can we do in 2022-23 with the existing budget that's been put in front of us, and then move toward better equipped, better trained individuals to respond to people who are at risk of taking their lives. And I will say that
30 seconds remaining.
Adam had a lot to live for. Adam was one of 140 Nova Scotians who died by suicide last year. In his wake, that leaves many, many more families and friends who are at risk of doing the same. And that includes our police officers. So I respectfully ask that we look at redirecting and refunding for training and support for Halifax police officers, and that we actually think of the value they've offered and say thank you to them.
Thank you very much for your presentation this evening. Anyone that has follow-up questions or clarification? Seeing none. Again, appreciate you being here and sorry for your loss as well.
Thank you very much.
And we'll take a break if folks don't mind. So let me look at the time. It's 5:50. Do we want a 5-minute or 10-minute break? 5? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Come back at 5:55.
We will now be putting up the holding screen and muting all microphones and cameras. We'll be returning it after the 5-minute break. Thank you. Good evening. It is now 5:55. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning microphones and videos. Chair Smith, you can call the meeting back to order on your call.
Are we all set?
I believe so, Chair Smith. We are back onto the speakers list. The meeting is streaming. It can be called back to order on your call.
All right, let's do it. So, just get back to my list here. All right, so our next three speakers, we have Hannah Main, Emma Norton, and then Robin Treff. So starting with Hannah. Hannah, are you in the meeting?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Main. I'm a PhD candidate at Dalhousie University, and I also teach community engagement at St. Stephen's University in New Brunswick, but I'm speaking today in my role as citizen of Dartmouth. Like many Nova Scotians, I was dismayed to see the actions of Halifax police on August 18th as the city removed the encampments. Videos showed police pepper spraying onlookers, including a child, pushing protesters with bicycles and threatening to arrest journalists who were covering the protests. Officers didn't have name tags. We all know this. I was concerned about the large police presence against protesters, and I questioned why the police didn't seem to employ any de-escalation techniques. My sister works at a public library, and I think she has more de-escalation training, but that is just my sassy aside. It was after this event that I became personally acquainted, I think, with the lack of accountability of Halifax Regional Police, because I was quite concerned. So I called the Halifax Police non-emergency line to share my concerns about the force's actions. And from there, I was directed to another phone line belonging to the Professional Standards Office, which I think I got sent to a message machine, but according to their website, the chief of police is the one who reviews professional standards investigations. So this did not seem reasonable to me. Like, surely there must be someone the police is accountable to other than themselves. So that leaves the Board of Police Commissioners, this board. And later in August, Lindell Smith, chair, made a statement suggesting that investigating such events is not within the board's power. He said day-to-day operations of the police department is the authority of the police chief under the Police Act and specifically excluded from the board's authority. But this narrow interpretation of the Police Act just removes the teeth of this commission's work. Because who is going to keep the police accountable? The Board of Police Commissioners and Regional Council should be the ones. The Halifax Regional Police is asking $1 million of public money. Public money needs public oversight. Is there any evidence that increase in police budgets increases community public well-being? How do we know that an increase in police budgets isn't going to further violence in our community as occurred on August 18th? Public money must be publicly accountable. If council is going to approve this budget, there needs to be an argument that it is worth my taxpayer dollars, because right now there's a lack of trust in the police institution in the city. We can't just hand money to the guys with the firearms and say, oh, they'll know what to do with it. That's fiscally irresponsible and frankly dangerous. It is a gross misuse of public funds to approve this budget increase without demonstrating that there is a robust legal framework that allows the public to hold the police accountable for their spending and actions. And by the way, I'm not just talking about what happened on August 18th. I'm talking about Carrie Lowe. I'm talking about the Street Checks report. I'm talking about Demario Chambers, the 15-year-old Black boy who was beat up by police at the Bedford Place Mall. And there are lots more examples. But the point is, these aren't isolated incidents. They are features of the HRP. They aren't bugs in the system. The lack of accountability of police creates situations like these. Why would the police try to do any better if we just keep on increasing their budget without scrutiny anyway? Now is not the time to do what we've always done. What we've always done is not making our community any safer. So let's try something new, and that is outlined in this amazing report that just came out from the subcommittee. I recommend it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with question clarification for Hannah? Don't see any. Again, thank you for joining us this evening. Going to our next speaker, Emma Norton, and after Emma, Robin Trust, and then Leanne Poole. So Emma Norton, are you here?
Hi, good evening.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Just had my volume turned down for a minute. You can hear me okay?
Yep, the floor
Thanks.
is yours.
Thank you for having me as a presenter this evening. My name's Emma Norton. I am from District 5, Councillor Austin's district. I'm actually here to urge you to remember that we are in a climate emergency, and increasing the police budget is counterproductive in the fight against climate change. Defunding the police based on the pillars outlined in the recent report from the Board of the Police Commissioners Subcommittee to define defunding the police could be argued to be climate action. And I'm sure this connection will sound like a long shot to many of you, yet many people have made this connection, and a quick internet search will give you much more information than I'm able to give you in the next few minutes. A little bit of context, I am the Atlantic Director at the Climate Emergency Unit, a 5-year project of the David Suzuki Institute, not the foundation. This project was sparked by Seth Klein's book called The Good War that compares the mobilization of the Second World War to the mobilization that's required for the climate emergency. And my team's job is to push all levels of government into climate emergency mode. We are militantly optimistic, yet we tell the truth about the gravity of the crisis that we're all in. And we are here to help create the political will for elected officials and people of influence like yourselves to be the leaders that we need in this moment. Because this is an ecological crisis, but it is just as equally a human and social justice crisis. The Climate Emergency Unit has developed a framework for leaders like you and all institutions to better understand what emergency mode looks like. It stands on 4 pillars that were reflected in the Second World War and 2 more that are necessary in today's society. Here's what we need to do. We need to spend what it takes to win. We need to create new institutions to get the job done. We need to move from incentives to mandatory measures, and we need to tell the truth. And we need to leave no one behind. So here's when we get into the connections that I need to make today. To quote my colleague Seth, we cannot ask people to separate their fears about the climate crisis from the other affordability anxieties, economic pressures, and systemic crises we face. At a very basic level, inequality undermines trust that we are all in this together. And many doubt the task at hand will be undertaken in a fair manner. It is hard to rally the public if many believe the rich are merely buying their way out of making change, fortifying their homes, walling off their communities, or purchasing carbon offsets in the hopes that others will lower their actual emissions. Equally troubling is a cultural narrative that casts climate action as part of an elite project that sees the poor as those currently working in the fossil fuel sector, or those currently working in the fossil fuel sector as expendable. End quote. Tackling the climate emergency requires the large majority of us to be on side and working together. We are taking on something enormous, and we can't do it without large-scale solidarity. Current mandate protests are a good example of why you can't just use sticks to achieve change. You need carrots as well. And carrots should not just be money, they should be services. In fact, the report from the subcommittee on defunding clearly says that the pillars of defunding that they base the report upon represent community-centered reforms, which promote accountability and transparency, create more knowledgeable and empowered individuals, and build trust between the public and the government. Accountability, transparency, empowered individuals, and trust between the public and the government are absolutely essential for climate action, and the current model of policing erodes all of those things. Finally, our sixth pillar is Indigenous leadership, and this clearly points to why increasing funding would make the problem worse. As our mainstream politics dither and dodge on meaningful and coherent climate action over and over again, it is the assertion of Indigenous title and rights that is buying us time, slowing and blocking new fossil fuel projects until our larger politics come into compliance with the climate science. A new report from the Indigenous Environmental Network and Oil Change International finds that Indigenous resistance has stopped or delayed greenhouse gas pollution equivalent to at least 1/4 of annual US and Canadian emissions. Yet who are the people who forcibly remove Indigenous land protectors and water defenders from the very lands that they are protecting?
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I know we are here to talk about the police, but I know that the RCMP are also requesting a funding increase. I'll finish by saying that we know the same people who suffer the most from targeting by the police and police violence are the people who will suffer and already suffer the most from climate change. And these people are the least responsible for the climate crisis. To put it more succinctly, in the words of Alexandria Wilson, anti-Black violence through policing contributes to the normalization of environmental racism that primarily burdens Black and Brown communities. Please reject the $2 million budget increase request and focus on defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Nobody has questions of clarification. So thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it. And we'll go to our next speaker, Robin Tress, Leanne Poole, and then Carmel Farah Bakish.
Can I say that my friend Robin texted me to tell me that she's sick?
Okay, so Robin Tress. Okay, all right, thank you very much. So we will mark that, appreciate that. All right, Leanne Poole.
This is Simon Ross Siegel. Just noting, pardon me, I am not, oh, sorry, I do see the speaker there.
Just waiting for the promotion.
Chair Smith, it does appear that Leanne is in the meeting.
Okay, great. I do see Leanne in the meeting, but there's no microphone on Leanne's name. So there might be some technical assistance needed. Leanne, if you can hear us, on the microphone symbol, there's a little up arrow, and then select a microphone. You might need to select a microphone, possibly.
Chair Smith, it may make sense to move on to the next speaker, and Leanne can see if she can get the microphone settings working on her side.
All right, and the support's needed. We got some folks who can give you a call in and help you out. So our next speaker is Carmel.
Hi, wonderful. Can I start, or do you have to do it?
No, you're set. Floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Carmel Farah, and I'm coming in from District 7 in Chipuktuk. I really appreciate being able to speak today from my personal experiences, but also through the lens of community engagement and nonprofit work, specifically youth engagement work that I do locally and nationally. It is important that I use this time to amplify the voices of youth that I work with and learn from who may not have felt comfortable speaking in a setting much like this. I strongly believe that it is dangerous, irresponsible, and negligent to increase the police budget, especially in a context where, one, a robust and recent report about defunding the police locally has been submitted. 2, the recent history in 2020 of local community dissent surrounding the budget of a war vehicle. And specifically, thirdly, in light of traumatic events of August 18th, 2021, where multiple members of vulnerable communities who are historically and currently disproportionately targeted by police experienced extreme violence and sustained multiple injuries. Since the 18th, police have yet to respond with full transparency and accountability about their actions. Among people impacted, many were youth, which is disturbing to me as a children and youth worker. This is not the outcome of the overused rhetoric of a few bad apples. This is exactly what the policing system has always valued. In relation to the nonprofit sector and youth safety, in many of the organizations that I work alongside with, policies have been shifted to maintain a no police presence on site. To me, this shows that there is a lack of faith in the HRP, but most importantly, the fear of their involvement. I would love to call on state systems if they supported the wellness of my clients as support. However, that state service does not exist. In line with this point, a recent CBC article about sexualized violence in the Maritimes, dated March 18th, 2021, states that sexual assault reports are up between 28 and 45% since 2014. Nationally, there's been a 50% increase coinciding with the rise of the #MeToo movement. However, the number of people charged has not kept pace with the increase of reports to police. The rates of charges for reported cases has actually dropped regionally from 38 to 40% in 2014 to between 27 and 36% in 2019, and nationally is dropped to 10%. There is a myth that when we have a resurgence of reports specifically relating to sexualized violence, there will also be a rise in convictions. This is a dangerous fallacy. We still see that this system is not built to support survivors, specifically thinking about the nuance of care provision, i.e. the intersection of queerness, transness, race, class, disability. Asking for the increase of a budget with the goal to support survivors is incredibly misunderstood. What is needed is in fact bolstered anti-oppressive, culturally relevant, and anti-racist community services that are survivor-led, as these spaces are actually currently utilized and trusted by community. In the essential reality of defunding the police and refunding our social services, we ask ourselves what community safety could look like. Many of the brilliant youth I learned from offer a plethora of suggestions, such as funded food justice and housing programs, bolstered funding for culturally relevant and aware community mental health services, bolstered funding for education, arts, and resources, well-funded trauma-informed and harm reductive services for substance users, warm, accessible 24-hour spaces with electricity and Wi-Fi, such as large indoor bus shelters with less hostile architecture, 24-hour accessible public washrooms with sharps containers and lighting, further neighborhood features like crosswalks, cheaper public transit options, etc. The possibilities are truly endless. And then we can ask ourselves why we don't have these things. It is because there is an inequitable distribution of community and city funds. It is the city's responsibility to reallocate funding to fund our social services sector. And I believe that defunding the police is part of that plan. It is important to understand that police have monopolized our understanding of safety. The police were never meant to respond to mental health crises, housing crises, survivor response. And these responsibilities from the police must be redirected to the community and provincial services that do have the expertise and training to respond to these critically nuanced realities. This is a public safety issue. I encourage meaningful, tangible, and just responses to the proposal for the HRP increase, a response that actively listens to community need and a much larger outcry against oppressive systems nationally. In this time of violence, turmoil, and mistrust of state-sanctioned conceptions of safety, we have the opportunity to engage in democratic response that shows us as leaders in Atlantic regions and also on a national stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a question of clarification from Commissioner Pritchett.
Thank you so much, Carmel, for your presentation and for taking the time to come and speak to us this evening. I was just wondering, in respect of those statistics that you mentioned in regard to the increase in reports and the reduction regionally in charge rates and conviction rates, was that data from StatsCan or was that data produced by the CBC? And in either case, would you be able to share that with the committee?
Yeah, I would love to. I have the link ready. Should I just put it into the chat?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Sorry, Carmel, this is Andrew Lavassie Wood. Okay, I guess you were able to share that in the chat. Thank you very much.
We appreciate that. All right, moving on to our next speaker. Again, thanks for being here with us. Colin May, and then Tanisha Wilson, and then Caitlin O'Neill. So Colin May, I believe, by phone. Someone might need to give the prop.
Hi, Colin. This is Ian McLean. If you can hear me, can you please press *6?
Hello.
Hi, Colin. We can now hear you. I will pass it off to Chair Smith to give you further instructions.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Colin May, 48-year resident of Halifax, Dartmouth, former member of the Dartmouth City Council, former member of the Dartmouth Police Commission. You have in front of you the Violent Crime Severity Index graph, a graph that has never appeared at a police commission meeting and has never appeared at a budget meeting of HRM. As I told the council on Friday, Halifax stands out in a long history of being the most violent place in Eastern Canada. There are a couple of years where it's the exception. It also stands out as a city which is the least successful in solving violent crimes. The clearance rate is amongst the lowest. Now, if anybody wants to argue about that, I'd be welcome to discuss it with them. I have many more graphs. During the time of living here, I've made formal complaints about police behavior twice and taken them to the review board twice. I've been falsely detained and wrestled out of my porch and onto the hood of a car. The officer still serves. I think we just have to face the truth. Look at the murders. Look at the most recent murder there of a young 8-year-old. There's only been one person tonight from District 1. One person. Go out to the communities where the problems of violent crime are. They were all delineated in 2012, in February 2012, by then Chief Beasley. And then a couple of years later, there was a report of the Board of Police Commissioners about trafficking of young girls from the age of 13 up to the age of an adult. These should be represented to the board, represented to the public, and discussed, because we're not going to solve this violent crime problem. And I'll finish with one story. In the summer, my wife and I spent a lot of time walking different beaches, and leaving one beach as we got towards the car park. A lady who was sitting there said, "Isn't it beautiful?" We agreed. She said, "I come here for comfort." "Oh," we said. "Yes," she said, "my son was murdered, and I come here every weekend. I come here so often where I just sit here and think about him, and it gives me comfort, and the trial keeps being postponed." My wife then told her about our experience with murder. When a phone call at 2:10 in the morning, I answered it, and there it was. My wife's close friend and confidant of more than 40 years telling her that a young relative of hers had been murdered. From then on, we supported them all the way, the whole family. We supported them at the funeral in a church packed full. We supported them at the burial, and we supported them at the trial. Thankfully, the murderer pleaded guilty to a lower charge and took the punishment. We do live in a violent place, and we have to admit it. And I'm not saying that I support the police budget increase. I'm simply stating that we all have to face the facts, face the truth, and get 3 levels of government to fund ways to improve the 4 communities where the violence mainly takes place and where the vast majority of families have one parent, a mother. You need to talk to the mothers, you need to talk to the grandmothers, and you need to talk to the elders, and stay away from everybody else. And so I wish the board all the very best. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask me, or if anyone would like copies of my other graphs, I'd be happy to supply them through the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. May. Does anybody have questions or clarification? Not seeing any. So again, thank you for joining us. Mr. May, appreciate you being here this evening.
Chair Smith,
thank you very much.
Chair Smith, it is Ian here. I can confirm that Leanne has joined the meeting again and is participating via phone.
Okay, all right. So we'll go back to Leanne Poole.
Yeah, sorry, can I just jump in quickly? I'm so sorry about that. My it's not a question, just an advice that all presentations that have been that we've received today or documents should please be submitted as part of the consideration. Like the graphs, or, yeah, whatever has been, yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Ananjoko, through the chair, all documents that are submitted today must be provided to the clerk's office, and we will circulate them to all members, and they will also form part of the meeting file. So we will take care of that. We'll make sure they are circulated to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, going back to Leanne. Leanne, are you with us now?
Leanne, if you can hear us, please press *6 to unmute your phone.
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My apologies for whatever happened before, but at least I can call in. So yes, my name is Leanne Poole, and I am currently residing in District 11. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I want to thank the subcommittee for the report on what it could mean to defund the police. I'm going to be pretty brief and speak personally. Reading through the report made me think of times in my life that I really didn't know what to do. You know, I've had my car broken into and stuff stolen a couple of times. I've been physically threatened before. I've been sexually assaulted. I've been home and actually sincerely concerned for my neighbor's safety because of sounds that I was hearing. Once I was home alone and I forgot to lock my door. My bad. I woke up after 2 a.m. because I heard someone stumbling around downstairs. Someone had come in and they threw up, and then thankfully my dog went ballistic and the person stumbled out. I found reading the report and the recommendations really comforting and inspiring to think that there could be ways to get help when you need it that don't immediately involve police. In any of those situations, I never called the police. I didn't really know what to do. The police aren't a resource that I feel safe using, and I'm coming from a place of a lot of privileges. When I saw the requested increase, I was disappointed. This increase includes things like detectives for the sexual assault team and detectives for a new hate crime unit. These are issues I have personal experience with. There is a significant portion of our community that would like ways to handle some of these issues that don't involve the police. This report on defunding is offering us some options, and I would like to see us try. I have been working in the nonprofit world for nearly 20 years now. These organizations are chronically underfunded, and many go many years with no increases, if not cuts. There are so many other places that I would like to see this money spent. I am not in favor of a budget increase, and I would like to see us start using these funds towards the recommendations in this report. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Nobody has questions of clarification for you. So again, thank you for working through the technical difficulties and sharing with us. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, going to our next speaker, Tanisha Wilson, then we have Caitlin O'Neill, and then Hannah Cameron. So Tanisha Wilson.
Hi there, can you see me?
I can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh. Here we go. Hi, my name is Tanisha Wilson. I live in Halifax from District 7. To introduce myself a little bit further, my background is in government administration. My late father was a dedicated member of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm a former air cadet and a current public servant. I have deep respect and appreciation for authority and public safety. However, with regard to the HRP public budget request, it neglects the fundamental base of any organizational structure, which is division and allocation of tasks. This is exactly what the Defunding the Police Subcommittee report outlines, and I oppose this budget request due to the following reasons. Our city saw HRP's resources at the violent encampment teardowns on August 18th. I was there that day. I firsthand experienced police violence, and it should have not been police there that day in the first place. The city realized this when the community had already known. Issues such as houselessness, overdoses, intimate and gender-based violence need to be allocated to appropriate organizations. And I do need to acknowledge that at the budget proposal presentation on January 17th, the chief presented us with the data that showed that PTSD and health claims had been up since 2019. So from what I observed, that's since the beginning of COVID. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank the officers, but also acknowledge that this has been the case around all sectors, including healthcare, and all services have been exhausted by the pandemic. So funding will not lessen or repair mental health or the well-being of our city. We need sustainable solutions. We need to be working closely with appropriate organizations like we've seen our province do with Out of the Cold. I also want to add that as a woman, as a taxpayer living and working in this city, in the core of our city, and as a survivor, HRP should not receive more funding for sexual assault or gender-based intimate partner violence. There are many other organizations that the HRP could be working with, such as Elizabeth Fry, YMWCA, the Avalon Center, South House, and that's just to name a few. The police further criminalize victims of sexual violence, and we've heard that from our DAF and Claire's presentations previously already. I'm trying to keep this short, so sorry if I'm talking a little fast. So there are stats and hard evidence everywhere that show that police harm victims, and I'm not going to read any stats to you, but there was one, there's one that I read that I think we should all hear. So this is from the National Partnership for Women and Families, and it's a recent stat from 2020. Sexual violence is the second most frequently reported form of police misconduct. And I would like I would like this board to look into that stat for me and confirm if that is the same with Halifax. And as HRP have said, they're not equipped themselves to handle these complex situations. They should be working with local organizations that already exist. I just want to add in conclusion that our input is only heard here today because we loudly navigated and leaped through and over administrative barriers and hoops. This board is not accessible. And I hope to see more of these special meetings in the future because public input is required for civilian governance. And in summary, I appeal this budget request. I recommend the board revisit their mandate and ensure that all further meetings are accessible as this one. Thank you.
Commissioner Critchley has a question of clarification for you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wilson. I had two quick questions. The first was whether you would be able to share with the board the report or whatever it was that stat was derived from. I believe you said it was National Partnership for Women and Families. Is that right?
I believe that the speaker may have jumped out of the meeting.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. Or
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we lost. Yeah. Okay.
I will maybe just say for the record that my second question was going to be that I was just interested to hear kind of what the accessibility concerns were as it related to signing up to speak for the board. because again, that's been a major priority. I find, at least in my question.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I think the speaker is still in. I'll just see if we can go ahead and promote or just confirm.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I left and went to the other link instead of staying for the questions. My apologies.
No worries. Commissioner Critchley, do you want to ask some questions again?
Thank you so much, Ms. Wilson, for coming and speaking to the board tonight. I really appreciate your insights and your experience. I had two quick questions for you. The first was, you had referenced some statistics from an organization that I believe is called the National Partnership for Women and Family. Is that right?
Correct.
I was just wondering whether you could share with the board or with the clerks the report where those statistics derive from.
Absolutely, I can send that link to the clerk's office.
Thank you so much. And my second question, and again, this is beyond the budget, but just for interest, you had mentioned some accessibility concerns vis-a-vis the board and in terms of signing up, and I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about that. As a board, we do have a duty to act as a conduit to the community, and anything we can do to improve in that regard is, I'm sure, much appreciated on behalf of all the commission.
For sure. So the initial meeting, I didn't sign up personally, but I know a lot of community members personally that did, and they signed up for the January 17th meeting to present, well within the parameters and the deadline to apply to present. And what happened was they were given a 2-hour deadline via email to respond to the clerk's office, or they were not eligible to present. And that's very inaccessible, especially in today's time. You cannot give somebody 2 hours to respond to an email. Yeah, so I think even a phone call might be helpful, anything.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Wilson.
And thanks again for joining us. We'll go into our next speaker. We have Caitlin O'Neill, Hannah Cameron, and then Aline Ross. So Caitlin, are you with us?
Hello, this is Caitlin O'Neill. I live on the Halifax Peninsula. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I asked to speak today because I strongly oppose the $2 million budget increase that's proposed. Many of my points have already been well covered by other speakers, so I'll try and only cover ground that hasn't been addressed already. One thing that I would like to address is that the point of police officer mental health. More money for police isn't a magic wand that's going to fix that problem. And there are things that don't cost money that can be done to address that. For example, a cultural shift within the workforce. On August 18th, I saw many police officers who were highly distressed at what they were being asked to do. I had multiple police officers tell me that they disagreed with the actions that were taken, that they felt deceived because they came into work having no idea what they were going to be expected to do that day. I even witnessed one police officer openly crying. So in terms of improving mental health, I think taking into account the values and perspectives of the people who are on the ground doing their jobs is something that would do a lot more to improve police officers' mental health than throwing money at this problem. Another thing that alludes to what I believe her name was Heather Spindell, who had spoken, had said is that police officers are being pulled in to do jobs that they're simply not trained and suited to do. Mental health crisis response is not something that a police officer can be trained to do over the course of, a few short seminars. It's a specialized job that there exist trained professionals in this city, and it's simply not appropriate to think that police officers who have a very different mandate can be trained and can have the ability and the support to do this job. And I support, like others, initiatives like the City of Toronto is rolling out to have designated mental health crisis support teams that do not have a police presence. And as COVID has shown us, where there's a political will, there's a political way. It doesn't have to take 18 months to 2 years. Things can happen very quickly, especially when there's pre-existing models to build off of. I think that like many other services, like healthcare, like services for houseless people, you know, those services have experienced cuts and rollbacks for decades and been expected to do more with less and make their budget go further. And I think that that is something that now has to be expected of the Halifax Police as well as it is expected of the majority of other public services. Like Kate, I would also like to know how much was spent on the enforcement of August 18th. I'm very concerned about that cost, and I think that there are many ways that the HRP could rein in their spending if need be to be able to invest more in their officers' mental health. Like others have said, I'd like to reiterate that this money should be put towards something that actually serves and uplifts members of our communities. And there have been many excellent suggestions made on this call, and that would be a separate city council meeting to decide what exactly that would be. But I strongly, strongly believe that it's not appropriate to put this additional money towards the police when there are many other services that are desperately underfunded. And thank you to everyone else who spoke today.
Thank you for joining us this evening. I don't see anybody with question or clarifications for you. So again, thanks for joining us, and we'll go to our next speaker, which is Hannah. And I think I did see, yep. So Hannah, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'll turn my overhead on here, or I won't. It's a little dark in here because I'm coming to you from my van in Jabuktuk, which is in the Sabaganagadik district of Mi'kma'ki. I'm Hannah, she, they pronouns, and this is the unsurrendered and unceded land of the Ilnu. So I'm going to be very brief because this has been real long, so I get everyone's probably a little discombobulated. I have so much gratitude for my peers and community members that are speaking on this matter. They bring so much to the table with their innovation that centers community care. So with that in mind, as a taxpayer, I wholly oppose the proposed increase in this budget for the Halifax Regional Police. It's been mentioned already that for a very long time, many of us have been lobbying for defunding of the police. And one of the last times this topic was proposed for an increased budget to accommodate body cams, et cetera, funding was approved for that. And they also received an overall budget increase for the year 2021. I recognize that the process of defunding the police will take time. I only wish that this process had already begun when the public started asking for it, as this is not a 2022 suggestion. Frequently mentioned in this meeting and released this year on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day was the comprehensive report that frameworks what the process of defunding the police could look like, as well as recommendations on how to approach it based on extensive research and public engagement, which is so important. And this would be so incredibly helpful to the process. So further, many in the community do not feel at all safe with our existing police presence. In a recent court case where community members showed up to provide support for Caleb Borden, who was wrongfully arrested and traumatized by police action, it was observed in these proceedings that the police, when asked, seemed entirely unfamiliar with their own policies and appeared to also feel like that was sort of a non-issue. So during this housing crisis, we have far too many people living rough in the heart of the winter. We cannot be investing even more in police who just further criminalize folks in these situations, as well as the people that show up for them in support. We are still calling for the charges to be dropped on all arrestees that were targeted on August 18th, 2021. And I'm going to finish up here saying again that I'm in my van currently as I speak today, which is also known as my only consistent form of housing. The pandemic makes things very difficult to maneuver, especially when trying to limit and protect yourself from points of potential COVID exposure. There are not enough beds or shelter spaces for houseless community members. There are no full-time warming centers, and it's cold out, and they're not available. So in a nutshell, we cannot be investing more in the police, in an organization that many of us feel consistently has failed us. And we need to redirect these funds and taxpayer dollars to community care. And that is not via the HRP. So thank you, and Walaliak.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Nobody seems to have questions. So again, thank you for joining us and taking the time this evening to share with us. And we'll go to our next speaker. And our next speaker is, and our last speaker, actually, Elaine Roth.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Floor is yours.
Bonjour. Eileen Roth here, District 7. So I would also like to acknowledge that we are on Mi'kma'ki, and that is central to what we're discussing. And just want to give appreciation for where we are. There was an extremely brief acknowledgement at the beginning of the meeting, and I just strongly feel like these acknowledgements need to come with a lot of heart and felt emotions, since this is also central to what we're discussing today, rather than, you know, just a bullet point on a list. So, I mean, this whole meeting process to get here, it's been mentioned before that January 17th was a very difficult option for all of us who tried to sign up as speakers to that meeting. And, you know, we're given a 2-hour window to email our response to join that, and other ways to defer actual attendance. So, I mean, this is at this point, in my estimation, strategically, you know, a red herring away from discussing actual defunding of the police, and, you know, distracting us in having this discussion about a proposed increase in budget, which is unconscionable. We've been discussing this for years. We all are familiar with these arguments, no matter what our opinions and viewpoints are on it. We're all familiar at this point, if we're here today discussing this, that it is immoral to increase police budgeting at all. And it is a waste of our energy, frankly, today to be talking about this in this manner. We have so many valuable, incredible, knowledgeable members of our community who have shown up here today. I'd just like to take this part to thank all the other speakers and people who haven't spoken yet. Thank you for sharing your well-researched and, you know, heartening perspectives. This comes from a place of caring for each other, and that's what we're talking about today. When we're talking about defunding police, we're talking about moving away from punitive practices and criminalizing each other. And we're moving into a tangibly compassionate society, and we need this reflected. I feel like I need to define compassion here, because we had an empathy consultant who was hired for $7,000. So I do want to just, you know, save you another $7,000 and define compassion here as just extending empathy, a felt concern for others, and particularly others who are, you know, less privileged in whatever ways, because we've marginalized people quite specifically, and police have been instrumental in that as long as we've had police, who, you know, again, just serve the interests of the rich and capitalism. And that's why we have unhoused people. That's why we have poverty. It is very solvable, and we have so many solutions. So many of them have been proposed today. And will continue to be proposed, and hopefully not continue to be ignored, because that's actually been in place continuously to promote capitalism, so that we can look at unhoused people and say, you don't want to be them. This is a moral failing. You want to be rich, right? You want to sell your labor and fight for capitalism. So we have cops protecting the interests of the rich and protecting the interests of, you know, fear-based societies. And that's not who we are. So we need to, you know, have actual open meetings and town halls and accessibility in order for the members of this entire province and city, this whole community, to be a part of these conversations. This is an ongoing conversation that we're all having anyway, and trying to just dismiss it and, you know, limit the accessibility is at this point, I feel like it's really transparent and it's not going to fly anymore. So, I mean, I obviously, I don't think that we should increase any budget for police. You know, I was pepper sprayed on August 18th. I was, you know, pummeled with a bike by a cop. I was, there was a, you know, riot geared up cop, you know, screw gazing me down and stepping on my feet with his jack boots quite purposely. And I saw trans folks and, you know, racialized people and other queer people around me be arrested first, pretty much in that order. You know, I would say racialized people were definitely targeted first.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, if we're gonna implement a budget proposal for a hate crime unit, we have to actually propose that to people who are going to solve hate crimes, limit hate crimes, and not the people who are perpetrating hate crimes. We need trauma-informed practices, harm reduction. We need non-police organizations. We need decriminalization practices all around. We need more compassion. We need more accessibility. Nothing about us without us is for us. We need more town halls to talk about this. I would like to also ask questions. I would like to echo Kate's question, details about how many cops were deployed as well. So Kate's question on how much money was spent on August 18th for policing. And I would like to add how many police were deployed from outside of the HRM district to come in on that day, and what were some details of the budgeting for that day. Thanks, hope to talk again.
Thank you for joining us this evening, and I don't see anybody with questions or clarification. So again, thank you for joining us, and we'll move on. So I'm just wondering, Simon, we did get Keith Colstring. Just double checking and make sure that we don't have Keith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we did not successfully manage to reconnect with Keith Colstring, nor did I receive a response from Robin Tress.
Oh, right. Okay, so then if that is it, which on my list, that is it for our speakers. So members, we are at 6:47. So would you like to go right into discussion? Would you like to take a moment to gather your thoughts and come back in 5 minutes? What would you like?
Mr. Chair, I would like a quick break to eat some supper and gather my thoughts.
That's actually a great idea. So we got one, and I see 5 minutes there. 5 minutes, thumbs up. All right, so we'll take 5 minutes, or we could take 10 if folks want to actually eat and have some time. We could do 10. That's really, I'll take your direction, folks.
I'm good with 10.
Okay.
I support that as well, Lindell.
Okay.
I do myself.
All right, so let's do 10 minutes. We'll come back at 7, get some food and hydration. And then when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the process moving forward and go from there.
We will now be blocking off cameras and microphones until 7 o'clock, and we'll be restarting the meeting. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, and thank you to the speakers as well.
Good evening. It is now 7 o'clock. We are turning microphones and cameras to everyone and taking down the holding screen. Chair Smith, you can start the meeting on your call.
Just wondering if we got everybody. I'm assuming Ian's still awake.
Sorry, Chair Smith. Yep, we are good to go. You can start the meeting on your call.
Okay. Oh, sorry, my screen just did something. A moment. All right, cool. So we're back. Again, thank you to all the speakers this evening. Lots of good questions and perspectives. So we appreciate you joining us. So now we get on to the meat of the meeting. So since this was deferred business, the motion that was on the floor is on the floor currently, and I'll just read the motion just for a reminder for folks. That the Board of Police Commissioners want to approve the proposed Halifax Regional Police operating budget for 22-23 as presented at the December 13, 2021 meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners, and 2, recommend that the Halifax Regional Council approve the proposed Halifax Regional Police operating budget for 22-23 as approved by the Board of Police Commissioners at the December 13, 2021 meeting. So with us having, no, we don't need to, we need to extend, I believe, at 10 or 9. What was the time again, Andrea, that we need to extend the meeting?
Chair Smith, it's at 10 p.m.
10, okay. So we're good to keep going. So before we get into debate, because there's a few things we have to go through there, I'm just wondering if any members have questions of clarification or questions that came from the public speakers that they'd like to ask. This wouldn't count towards your 5 and 3 minutes. Just before we kind of close up the hearing, just wondering if any folks had any questions that was asked by the public that they maybe want to get clarified by chief or staff who might be here that can answer those questions.
Sorry, Chair Smith, would this be different than other questions that we might have for the chief about the budget proposal? These are strictly speaking questions derived from the presentations themselves?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, pardon me.
So, okay, Commissioner Kent, or hey, sorry, Commissioner Quickly, did you have one?
I'm just going through my notes now,
Okay.
Chair Smith. There were a very large number of questions, and I want to ensure that you know the public took a lot of time in the evening to come and speak to us. So I want to ensure that their concerns are addressed. So I just want to go through my notes.
Yeah, and still have the 5 minutes to ask those questions. So the time is still 5 minutes, but it doesn't count towards your debate time. Just anything that you feel you want to have addressed.
But just to again clarify once more, I have questions myself for the chief, and I would have an additional 5 minutes to ask those.
Yes, so this is really just if there's things that are really burning from the public that you want to ask on their behalf to the chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see Commissioner Kent has her hand up, so maybe I'll let her go while I'm reviewing my notes.
Yep, Commissioner Kent.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to wrap my head around how we would be proceeding with these questions. There are a lot of them, and you know, we have I think a responsibility to try to answer some. I guess, is that what you're saying, is that each of us have to pick and choose which ones we want to ask on their behalf? I just find that.
Yeah, so usually, and you know this process because you've been around the bend. So anytime the public comes, because they can't have that dialogue. So if there's anything that has been asked or that was asked by the public that you feel this can't go unanswered, then this would be your chance to ask on their behalf.
Okay, I think that it is worthwhile answering the particular question that I was asked. I had asked clarification questions on around any police engaged in lawsuits and who covers the cost associated to legal representation, any kinds of financial payouts that are required and such like that. I would like as well an answer to the question around the Halifax Airport contract. Is that included in this budget? Is that something that is covered under HRP? I would like a question answered around travel for training, and specifically, I think what was referenced was out of province training that is not necessarily very clear in the budget. Can we get some answers around what those would look like and the details, and whether or not they are required out of province because it can't be done here locally, perhaps. And I think further to that, has it been exhausted the options of bringing a trainer local, so all of our members who are being trained would not have out of cost pockets because they'd live local. It would only be the cost of bringing a trainer in. If we don't actually have the local capacity to do that training. I'll start there. I would like to probably will come back given the way we're going to do this.
So Chair Smith, are we going to list all our questions and then have the chief? Are these questions being written down, or just for the benefit of the chief in particular? Like, I want to make sure that each one is answered, right? So how are we going to do this? Are they one at a time, or?
Well, it depends how you guys want to handle it. We still, the 5 minutes will be allotted to each person to ask these questions. So if you want to ask one at a time and get an answer and then ask again, but this, we still have debate. So it really depends on which questions you want to have answered, and you could then attach some of these questions to your debate if you want to as well. But this is really just, if there's something that really popped out that you want answered, this is the opportunity, and if you have a lot, you could list them out. Just, I don't know how, if the chief or whoever would be able to keep track or not. So it's really whatever you feel you want to do within the 5 minutes. So either you want to ask one by one, or do you want to ask them all on a list? And obviously some of these questions might not have answers this evening.
Well, maybe could I ask if it's all right to speak? I see Commissioner Kent's on the phone, but what would be preferable from the chief's perspective? Is the chief on the call here? Or?
Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, before we go to the chief, is it possible for me to please say something?
Yep, is it related to the process?
Yes, please.
Yep.
I think it will be more, I don't know, I'm just suggesting it might be more efficient because there's so many questions. And each and every one of us may come up with several other questions relating to some questions. And as clearly highlighted by one of the speakers, these questions do not need to be answered immediately, so we can give it enough time and justice. I think it will be right for us to list all the questions that have been asked and let the police chief have this and respond to them. Maybe if we have to reconvene tomorrow, it will be possible, but I'm thinking it might be inefficient for us to run through all those questions the way it's been asked, because people have taken time to ask this question diligently. And I think we should give the police chief some time to be able to respond to this question with his team. That's my suggestion.
So thank you, Yemi. So there's two things to think about there. So one is we don't have tomorrow, we don't have another opportunity to meet unless we book another meeting about 2 to 3 weeks down the line, because we did look at potentially having another meeting for the next day, but there's just not enough resources, staff, in opportunity to do that. So can't have that meeting soon. The other part of it too is if we are going to ask the chief to go and answer questions, that would be more if we were going to ask the chief to answer questions on a later date, that would be more as a motion rather than us just listing, hoping that we get a report back. So that would be a whole other process of us getting those answers. So really, the way the process usually works, and these are good questions because we've never done this before. So usually the way the process works with public hearings is we have the public hearing. If there's questions that counselors, I'm just thinking from the counselor's purview, because this is what I know, counselors want to be answered from staff, they ask at the time of the hearing. And then if there's more information they want, then during their debate, they would then ask for further information as part of the debate aspect. So if that is the direction that the commission wants to go, is have the chief go back and get and answer these questions, that'd be something that would have to be done through a motion, which would then be part of the debate aspect. But really the purpose of now is just if there's anything that may help with this debate tonight that we heard from the public that would inform our decision we're making tonight, then this would be your opportunity to ask. But if there are things that might not be related to tonight's discussion on what we're doing, then that would be something for a later date. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Chair Smith, I'm sorry, I'm not having an easy time understanding. I understand the particulars around if we're seeking a written response to certain questions, usually that is launched via a motion, but the board has a duty to act as a conduit for the community. The community has asked us a variety of questions. Presumably they raised those questions because they wanted them to be considered as part of the budget process. I would agree with Commissioner Akinduju that it would not be fair to expect the chief to answer such a large list of questions effectively on the spot. But nonetheless, I would suggest that not only would it be beneficial for us to have the answers to those, but it would actually be in keeping with our statutory duties to have answers to those questions before we're able to decide on the budget.
So I'm not sure if Marty or someone wants to jump in, because there would be a process to do that. So if there are questions that are related to this budget that you feel we need answered, then we put a motion forward, and then the chief comes back and gets the information.
Mr. Chair, I think the chief would like to comment as well.
Yeah. So I see Dan. If there are items that you've heard from the public that will help your decision tonight, that's what I'm asking for. But if we want further information, then this is something that we would have to ask the chief to go back and do through a motion, which would, depending on what that motion is and what that would look like, could change the outcome of tonight. So that's really the process here. And if folks don't feel comfortable asking questions right now, and then we can move on to debate, and then that is an opportunity where you can put something through a motion. And Chief, I'll let you speak.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the commissioners. So a couple things on my mind here is, I guess a question I would have, and maybe one that the commissioners could consider, is this a debate or questions about the budget itself, or is it about the state of policing and how we're funding policing moving forward? We heard a lot of references tonight to the defunding report. The other piece of it is, the public came tonight and they asked a lot of questions. I wasn't able to record them all, and I've got a team of 12 in here that weren't able to record them all either. So there's a whole pile of them that are there. I'm happy to do our best tonight to answer the questions, as you say, that can help with the decision-making process. There is a time crunch coming on me very quickly, and the Chief Financial Officer, I believe, is still on the meeting, and he will be looking for a report from me by February the 10th to have in advance of my appearance at Council on the 23rd of February. So there is some time issues and considerations that I just want to mention, and leave that with the Commission to consider. Again, happy to do what we can tonight to answer whatever questions might be burning, and also happy to receive the questions at some point and try to answer them with a little bit of time. And I can tell you that some of them I will need some time for. Despite having the best of the best in the room with me here, we will need a little bit of time, I'm sure. I would just ask the Commission to consider, is it about what to do with the budget, or is it about what to do with policing in HRM based on all the information that we have? And I'll turn it over to Mr. Ward if that's palatable to you, Chair.
Thank you. Marty?
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things we have to remember here is this is not a public hearing. Okay, I mean, the public is here, but what it is, it's not like when council has a hearing into a planning decision or something like that. What we have here is a special meeting with an opportunity for the public to participate and offer their views on the budget, in effect, right? Which they have, and then following from that, it's the commissioner's choice what information, whether they have enough information now, if they want to ask questions of the chief now, if they need to give the chief time for questions. That all goes to what the commissioners want in order to make their decision on the budget. It's not a question of the chief's answers having to be available to the public. It's not a public hearing, right? It's basically information for the commissioners to make their decision on the budget as the motions in front of them tonight going into the debate. So if that's helpful.
Right, and just on that point too, so, you know, me asking if there's any questions of clarification for staff from members that will help inform their decision or discussion tonight is really what I was asking for. And you know, as mentioned, there's a lot of questions asked, but really focusing on the motion that's on the floor. If there are items related to that, to the motion of the budget, that would help frame our discussion before we get into debate. We can just go into debate now if folks like. And again, we're at 7 already, so you know, I'll be doing the 5 minutes and 3 minutes, and unless somebody puts in a motion or amendment, then that resets the clock. So that will be the approach tonight. So Commissioner Kent, you're on mute.
Thanks for that clarification as well. I think that I would agree that we should go into debate. I'm more interested in right now to get to the heart of what our job is right now, which is to deliberate further on the budget. And I do think there's some very good questions that were asked. If we had more time, I would appreciate hearing the answers. Either way, I think the answers should come. And I agree with the chief. Like, I had a hard time keeping up with all the different layers of questions and such. And so, and knowing his staff did too, then I feel a little better about my ability to stay with it. But so yeah, no, I just right now, I'll withdraw those questions for now. And we can deal with how we want to approach that later. Right now, that's my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Critchley?
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points. The first is, I of course appreciate Marty's point that a board meeting is not a public hearing. I of course am not suggesting that members of the public have opportunities to cross-examine the chief or receive disclosure or any of the like. But I do think that one thing that came through loud and clear from the public was that they appreciated this opportunity. and this was an opportunity that's never happened before and that they want more of, right? And my concern is that if we don't engage in a meaningful way with the concerns and questions of the public, it will come off as a pro forma exercise. And that's not in anyone's interest. It's not in the police's interest, vis-a-vis community trust. It's not in our interest as a board, vis-a-vis our duties. It's not in the public interest. So that's one point I want to make. The second point I would like to make is I appreciate that there are schedules and things relating to the timelines under which budgets have to be presented. And those are schedules that are set by council and the CFO. But I would also want to stress that we are a statutory board. We have statutory independence. We are independent from council. We act on behalf of council. So we don't want to allow our independence and the discharge of our duties to be circumscribed by the scheduling of council, right? Like, I've asked before, Chair Smith, what is the possibility to, you mentioned that HRP is the second last business unit to present. Can they be moved to the last unit, right? So I'm just trying to work. I understand that you have staff who are working very hard to try and find opportunities for further meetings. But again, in light of this concern I have regarding the public perception, right? Because again, perception is as important as the actual discharge of the duty. In my view, I'm just wondering, whether the rush is more perceived than actual.
So I can speak really quickly, and maybe Jerry, I think Jerry's still here. Yeah, Jerry, if you're here, you can speak a little bit. I wouldn't really categorize it as a rush. This would be the third time that we've had this discussion with the budget, and as mentioned, the police and our CMP are scheduled. And I'll just bring up I don't think I have it open anymore. Jerry, you might have the calendar, but I know that it was the other business unit was, I think, the next day or the day after. So it's pretty close in terms of when the business units are presenting, and then when council has to deal with the consolidated list of discussion pieces. And maybe Marty, you can clarify this too, just on Commissioner Critchley's point, with related to the Police Act. And again, I'm trying to work out memory, so I could be interpreting this wrong. Does the Police Act specifically say that the council, that the commission approves the budget on behalf of council, rather than related to the other duties that are mentioned around community engagement and in those aspects, like policy making and whatnot? Does a budget kind of sit in a different place because it is approved by council, not the commission? And I was trying to find it in the act.
Well,
it wasn't fast enough.
My understanding is that the responsibility of the commission is to put forward the recommended budget to council based on what Commissioner Critchley says are its statutory obligations. So on one hand, it has the proposed budget, and the other, it has its statutory obligations, and he's supposed to meld those things together as part of its civilian oversight for council and send a recommendation to council.
Jacques?
I was going to defer to Jerry to answer first. Jerry, do you want to go first and I can go after? Okay. There he is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Jerry Blackwood, CFO. So yeah, the chief is right. He is scheduled to present his budget to council on February 23rd. So again, there's a fair amount of filings that have to happen in terms of his budget business plan and his presentation. So that is due to be in around the 10th or the 12th. So it goes through a financial review and then an executive review. So yeah, we definitely are under some time constraints here. But we could look at if there's a date we could push out for a contingency date to, to provide some additional time. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so Jerry's point, we have contingency dates built into the budget. However, council has already locked into their calendars all of the dates based on the current plan, right? So, with all due respect to everyone on the call, and I listened through all the questions, listened to the entire evening. So I have a great appreciation of all the questions and all the concerns that were raised, and all the points made. But we have to. I would urge the board to separate out, as you have been pointing out, Mr. Chair, the difference between August 18th and defunding police and the budget. And I would layer into that council's direction to do 2 major reviews of policing services. First one that was directed the CAO was one around the very things that people are talking about, investing more in social services in response by non-sworn officers, and how do we manage that better as an organization. That report I would say it's a good year away from now, right? And the second report is associated with the policing model itself, and one report is going to inform the other. So one of the speakers tonight said, if you're going to change policing model, it's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen in 2 weeks. It's not going to happen in a month. It's going to take some time because council's already set the framework and set the stage for that review. So what you have before you today is a budget being proposed by Dan and the RC and Darren Campbell, the RCMP. You have budgets there that are being proposed to the Board of Police Commissioners, and that's really the subject of your deliberations this evening or on some other date. But I would certainly ask you with respect to respect this budget schedule that council has adopted. I think there are ways to get there, and if it's not tonight, it's scheduling another meeting sometime this week or early next so we can actually land the budget. And council will come back and will say either a yes or no, right? It's not council's job to debate the intricacies of the budget, although they will be fully briefed by the CFO, by the chief of police, by Chief Superintendent Campbell, with inspiration coming from the board. This will be the board's recommendation to council, and they will be fully briefed on it. The questions that were put tonight, Dan points out, are going to take some time to answer it completely, right? And many of them were not associated at all with the budget. They were actually associated with events. They were associated with the report that was put, so-called defunding police report, which has recommendations, which will actually be used by the administration, by myself and my staff, in looking at that report, will help inspire some of the recommendations will end up coming forward in terms of the reinventing of police in relation to social services. That's a report the council has asked for. That report will come back to the board. We'll be consulting with the board on it and getting your input on it before we ever go to council, frankly. So that's a discussion for another day. It's not tonight, and it's not in the near term, in my opinion, and with all due respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jacques. Well, I hope that this is providing some clarity for folks. So what I think the approach we should take is to move forward with debate, and then that will inform how we move forward. So if folks are okay with that, if you want to put your name or put a hand up, and then I'll just add you to a list to keep track. So if you'd like to speak, please either write in the chat or put your hand up, and we'll start discussion on the motion that's on the floor. Nobody, no question. Okay, Carol. Well, I got Carol. I got Becky and Harry. then Yemi.
Thank you.
And Lisa. All right, so Carol, floor is yours. 5 minutes.
It was really good to have the clarity around the separation of the different reports and the different work that council's doing. I do remember when we struck, and you'll have to forgive me if I wander off a little bit, but when we first struck the committee to defund police, what we talked about was the work that was going to be done by Dr. Jones and the committee. And one of the aspects of bringing that group together was that there would be whatever came out of that committee would also inform the work that Amy Siciliano was doing on behalf of council to come up with a way to, I think Jacques actually used the term reimagine police. And so as I was listening to questions or comments tonight and some of the questions, I was thinking a lot of that refers to those two reports, and then there's the policing review. So the combination of all of that, plus the extensive list of questions, and I too was trying to keep track of them, and I just ran out of ink. Actually, I was hearing them and watching the people and thinking to myself, now what does that mean? What is that question about? And I mean, there are some really, really interesting things that we need to have answers for. I do think, though, that we could look at the budget tonight and make some decision about what we think about the budget. And so that's kind of where I am right now. Thank you.
Hey, I got kicked out. I'm not sure how. Sorry. Can you hear me? Am I here? Am I working? Okay.
You are coming through, Chair Smith.
So I don't know what I missed. I just got kicked out. So Carol, you were speaking. I'm not sure if you're done or not. Okay, so you are done. Sorry about that, folks. Commissioner Kent.
Thank you. So I was starting to make myself some notes, so I'm just going to wing it, see if I can get there. So first of all, I want to thank all the presenters this evening for coming in and sharing their views. It is a new way forward, and I like it. I appreciate that you have all taken time, and not only time tonight, but in other avenues. And I want to say that, you know, what I heard, I did hear you, and I am considering what you've spoken about. And I think the biggest theme that I hear is that so much work has gone into creating the report that was commissioned by this board, and that you're looking for. I think the recurring theme was potentially not support the motion that's here tonight, and to reconsider increases, knowing that that's coming forward, but and that maybe more information is required. So I heard that, and I really appreciate the work that has been done on the report. Where I also land is that we as a board, we need time to review that report, unpack that report, discuss those recommendations, consider collaborations and jurisdictions on those recommendations, consider timelines, consider operational impact on changes. That's really technical when you start making shifts and consider reimagining. So, and I want to be part of that and do that well. And I think we would do justice to the work that has been done to create that report and those recommendations to do that well. I don't want to feel as well that, you know, to slow down a process of the service that we currently have, that by not creating some decision, having some decision this evening. I too, I know I put the motion on the floor, and I am concerned about retention. I am concerned about the trauma of policing members, PTSD and whatever it might be. I'm also concerned about maybe the degree of which we have that information, and I that's not lost on me. I think I spoke to that last time, which that's concerning to me. You know, so I know the chief has asked for more, an increase, and really is identifying a number of areas where that could be useful. I'm also reminded of many times, and council members, and I know the CAO will know this, is that I am one of those people that is kind of pulling back and saying restrain right now. Is now the time to increase a bunch of spending and such. So I'm a little conflicted right now. I think you've certainly had an impact on this evening, those presenters, and we still have work to do. I'm looking forward to hearing more from the other commissioners right now to see where we could land. I thought I had a position of it. Now I'm rethinking it. I do also know that I think we can do better in the future. But there's and that's not just for policing, and that's for us as border police commissions in deliberating these budgets. We are still and Harry, you have Commissioner Critchley has an advantage over some of us in that he is clearly well versed in every nuance of the legislation that governs us. But it's still important that we have what we feel is enough to make a good decision. I don't want to feel rushed to make big changes tonight. And I want to take the time to do right by that report. We still have a city that does need to be policed in some fashion. So we have to give the tools that our chief is telling us, or give him a budget that he can provide the service that we need at this moment. I'm still on the fence. I'm not sure where I land. I look forward to hearing from others, but I wanted to share that little bit right now. I'll leave it there for now. Probably ran out of time anyway.
You had 5 seconds left, so you did great.
I was going to say, I feel like I'm rambling now, so I'm going to stop.
No, you did great. You had 5 seconds left, so pretty good timing. Commissioner Critchley.
Mr. Chair Smith, I'd just like to ask a process clarification, point of clarification, and I just hope that it wouldn't be added to wouldn't be subtracted from my 5 minutes.
No.
So if I were to bring a motion to amend, would I do that in the context of this discussion now? Could I have my 5 minutes and then also make a motion to amend at a later time after hearing from other commissioners?
Yeah, I forget that strategy is tagged something. I can't remember what counselor has used the strategy of take your 5 minutes to use to ask your questions and then add another 5 minutes by adding an amendment. You're more than welcome to do that.
The Adams Gambit?
No, it's not.
No,
it was somebody else. It was somebody else. So yeah, if you want to have your 5 minutes of debate and then bring forward amendment, then your 5 minute restarts.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I want to raise 2 points. The first is I want to respectfully disagree with Mr. Dubé and in his characterization of the questions that were raised. I took some fairly detailed notes regarding the presentations that were given to us tonight. And though I do think that individuals raised concerns around particular actions, on the one end, at the very specific, and then at the very general about the reimagining of public safety and the municipality generally, there were 3 themes for me that emerged that are highly relevant to the budget tonight. The first of those was that Nancy Hunter, Gary Grant, Heather Spadell, Tanisha Wilson, and Eileen Roth all conveyed that they were pleased with the opportunity for increased public participation. In particular, Ms. Roth said that we need more town halls to talk about this. As I've said before, this is something that the Board of Police Commissioners has never done before. Arguably, we have a statutory duty to do something like this in light of our duty to act as a conduit to the community. So I want to note that there was this was as far as I can tell, the largest number of people to come out and speak at a police board meeting ever. And that's a very positive thing. Second thing, again, highly relevant to the budget, was a consistent concern regarding the lack or insufficient evidence presented to support the proposal. So we heard from Nancy Hunter, quote, council, board, and public have not had the resources we need to challenge the budget. Jamie Livingston, what is the justification for investing $2 million in an intervention with marginal benefits? Taria Jolly raised concerns regarding the traffic budget. Brian Carter raised concerns regarding the framing of the budget, the fact that it does not present on a per officer all-in basis. Heather Spadell raised concerns regarding the lack of evidence. Anna Main raised concerns regarding the lack of evidence. And the third point, and again, this is highly relevant, this is literally nothing to do with defunding, is a desire for increased focus on a line-by-line accounting of the budget. So for example, we had Kate McDonald raise the concern regarding the spectral enforcement line item, something I've never heard of before. Brian Carter raised certain points that Commissioner Candace raised about the cost of lawsuits, the cost of training, the revenue streams associated from tickets. And Lisa Roberts also raised a item regarding the polygraph unit. Again, none of these are things that so far in the context of the budget deliberation we've received any evidence on. So far, we've received evidence in relation to the budget proposed increase. Our duty as a board is to ensure that the budget as a whole and not the budget increase is in keeping with our duties under the Police Act, and in particular, our duties to ensure that the budget is in keeping with community values. So that's my first point, is that those are the three broad themes that emerged from the presentations, far from focusing just on particular grievances vis-a-vis the police or the defunding report and the future of policing, which I agree with Mr. Dubé is a long-term plan. To the point around concerns regarding lack of evidence, I have raised this concern on multiple occasions. We've seen in the minutes long lists of items to request for additional evidence. Chair Smith, on January 21st, I provided you a list of 6 items that I requested further follow-up information from the chief on. You confirmed receipt of that email on the same day. And unfortunately, I haven't seen any further information on those items, right? So for instance, item 1, please provide an update regarding the results of the arbitration process, the new collective agreement, and the 10% wage increase, and the effect of any of these wage increases on the proposal for 22-23. Item 2, the graph included on page 13 of this January 17th supplementary presentation titled Member Long-Term Absences should be redone with the scale on the y-axis, so we know how many officers we are talking about. The graph included on page 20 of the January 17th supplementary presentation, number of mental health PTSD claims over 10 years, should be redone with the scale on the y-axis. We also don't know what the meaning of the word claim is. Are all officers who make a claim entitled to go on leave? Or are there other criteria that must be met? If not, what proportion of claims are accepted versus rejected each year? And has this proportion changed over the last 10 years? Item 4, on page 27 of the January 17th supplementary presentation, the graph shows a sharp spike in callback hours and costs between 2019 and 2021. However, on page 15 of the December 13 presentation, overtime costs year to date for 2021 are 5.7 million, which is very close to the cost in 2019, 5.4 million, and 2018, 5.5 million. If there was a sharp increase in callback costs, there must have been a corresponding decrease in other overtime costs. What was this decrease and why did it occur? Item 5, please provide additional data in support of the request for 8 traffic constables and 1 sergeant beyond year-over-year stunting tickets. Such information should include, but not be limited to, data regarding the frequency and duration of officer redeployments. Item 6, on page 18 of the December 13 presentation, mental health is cited as a driver of increased complexity of crime. Please explain what this means and provide examples. So again, those are items that I've raised. I haven't yet received a response. Chair Smith, despite your having confirmed receipt of this message, having confirmed it being sent along, I understand that that's highly detailed information. I'm a technical person, and I think that that's in keeping with our duties to ensure that the budget is in keeping with community values. And I would suggest very strongly, in light of HR mandate documents, in light of HRP strategic plan, that evidence-based decision-making is a community value that this community believes in. It's something that we heard about over and over again from community members.
So thank you. In the items that you mentioned, the chief it is prepared, and I don't know exactly which ones he has information on, but he is prepared to follow up with some of those items. And Chief, do you want to do that?
Thanks, Chair. And through you, we do have a number of answers that we're prepared to address, and we can itemize them as Commissioner Critchley has. What I will say, and I did mention earlier, that some of the information, the evidence, and a lot has been made about the evidence and y-axes and those kind of things. And a lot of that is pertaining to personnel and security matters, deployment matters. I'm prepared to, if it is the will of the board and through you, Chair, to go in camera and present some very detailed evidence to the board. And I'm happy to answer the questions that I can publicly and give as much information as I can. And I think we can answer the majority of Commissioner Critchley's questions.
Okay, so if you want to, whatever you can answer now, you could run through that.
So just in regards to the arbitration process, and I did share some pre-information through you, Chair, and the clerk. I'm not sure whether that got sent out to the board, but it did contain a link to the arbitration process with all of the details so the board could educate themselves on that process, the percentages that were involved, and the award as issued by arbitrator William Kaplan. The second part of the commissioner's question in regards to the effect, if any, of these wage increases on the budget proposal for fiscal 22-23. I have had conversation with CFO and he is prepared to provide an answer to that as appropriate from the finance section.
Do we want to go to CFO or do you want to continue?
Well, I think just to keep it in order, I'll leave it with you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
If
Jerry, if you want to follow up on that.
Yeah. So with respect to the interest arbitration order settlement, that those costs in terms of the existing officer complement are included in the current fiscal framework that has been tabled with council, that are in the 4.6 average tax bill increase that was at council last Friday. So that is built in there. Like with any other collective agreement, when it's being negotiated, we carry those costs we reserve money that, and then we allocate it to the business unit. But with respect to the additional budget ask that is before the commission, those arbitration settlement costs are not factored into that amount, right? So finance has issued HRP a target that was in the fiscal framework. So what is before the board right now is an additional $3 million ask over the target that was provided to police by finance back in November.
Sorry, so I'm not understanding that correctly, Mr. Blackwood. So say we approve the request with the $2 million increase. When that then goes to council, an additional $5 million is going to come on top of that. So the total budget would be 95, or are you saying that I'm just not really following? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so finance would gives at the, like all HR and business units a fiscal target, okay? And then what we do is we bring that to council to get general direction on funding the overall operating budget and capital budget, and to move forward with a tax rate to fund all the different services, initiatives, and business units. So what we do is we in those targets and that fiscal framework, we include any cost of collective agreement, which has been done and which is in the current fiscal framework before council. The positions that are in the chief's ask right now do not have those costs. Those costs are not included anywhere in the current fiscal framework that's with council.
I think really quickly, just to help, I think Harry, and you can just give me yes or no. Are you just wondering where that 5 million, whose budget that 5 million sits in? Is that what you're confused about?
No, I mean, we have a duty under 55(2) of the Police Act to deliberate in respect of the budget and to ensure that the budget is in keeping with a whole variety of duties under the Police Act, under 55(3), and to ensure that it's in keeping with those duties. And my concern is I don't feel like the entire, like it's not the budget minus the part of the budget dealing with collective agreement increases. So I'm not sure, like it's for some reason the meaning of the phrase budget in the context of the Police Act not include this part of the because it's all going to go in one pot at the end of the day, right? So I'm still kind of lacking understanding as to, say we approve the budget now and it goes to 90 million with the $2 million increase. At the end, when it starts fiscal 22-23, the budget will in fact be 95 million. Is that correct? But you're saying 5 million is coming from somewhere else. Is that, am I understanding? What will the total budget be if we were to approve the proposal tonight on April 1st, 2022? That's my simplest way to put my question.
Yeah, so the budget that is before the police commission right now, okay, those are additional positions. Okay, the target that has been given to police by finance was a target of 87.8 million. Okay, the budget that's in front of the police commission right now is 90.8 million. Okay, so there's a funding gap there that would then have to go back to council for approval. So the positions in terms of the total officer complement right now, without any incremental positions, is funded through the current fiscal framework that's with council. The positions that are in front of the police commission right now are not funded.
Thank you for that. So we're way over time. So if you have follow-up, I know you have other questions, so we'll go to other members. And if you want those questions to be answered in your 3 minutes, we'll do that. So next we have Commissioner Akindoji.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, history has been made tonight. The opportunity to hear from the public, because in terms of governance, we represent the public. But we represent the public to ensure that the police does its work for the public. Therefore, there are two things here. While we want to ensure that we hear from the public and deal with those things in detail, we want to also ensure that the police is doing the right thing to save the public. So to this issue, the defunding of police has been clearly stated in our previous meeting as laid out by Councillor Lisa Blackburn. We need to set up a committee to look into the details of that report. That report talks clearly about police strategy, talks about police accountability, talks about police policy. It's impossible for us to deal with that within a year. It's a responsibility upon us to start looking into those details as presented by the public and as presented by the report. Therefore, it will take time. It will take an expanded committee or committee to look into details of that report so that we can do justice to it. Before us tonight is a budget, and the budget is all about 1 year. In ensuring that we step into our responsibility on behalf of the public, we need also to understand the needs of the police. I will quickly share my own experience. I come from a world whereby police is not taken care of. And if their needs are not taken care of, our needs cannot be taken care of. We have so many things that have been mentioned today. And all of them, most of us call on the police for them to be taken care of. So we should be very, very careful and focus on what is in front of us today, which is the budget. But one thing I want to highlight is that as an accountant, as a finance person, a budget is a budget. So I want to go back to what Harry raised. I want a situation where there's total transparency. If this is a budget, it should encompass the total budget of the police, so that we are aware of what the budget police needs and how it's being used. So I still, just that I'm hearing tonight that, well, maybe there's need for clarification, because all I'm looking at is a 90 million budget. There could be a capital budget separate, or an operating budget, or a recurrent budget that's explicit. But if there's any other funding in the future, I think it should be brought to the board for deliberation. Those are the things that I want to deal with tonight. But please, for us to be able to focus on what is on our table tonight, such that we can meet the timeline, we should deliberate and debate on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Yemi. That was you expressed many of the thoughts that I was having about this evening. First, I'd like to say thank you. Excuse me, thank you to everyone who took time tonight to come and speak to us. This is a new format for all of us, and I like it. I like being able to hear from the community. And, certainly the community has been very clear over the last few months about where they want us to go. So I guess, as we've discussed, defunding is not only about the removal of funds from police, but also about investing in social structures. Excuse me, sorry about that. I seem to have a fur ball. But it's about investing in social structures, organizations, and creating separate and new models of safety based in communities and based on the concerns. And I completely agree with this assessment of police funding and reimagining how public safety is delivered to our communities. So the municipality collectively spent $127.4 million in policing in the fiscal 2019-2020 year, which works out to $265 per capita. Now, this is a bit less than the national average being about $317 per person. But the Halifax amount goes up to $393 per capita when you exclude RCMP from the calculation. Now, many have done that in their presentations, but I don't think we can't exclude the RCMP from this calculation. HRP benefits from our RCMP services. RCMP services benefits from HRP services. They're an integrated model, and I think that's how we have to look at it. Another thing that the defunding report makes clear is that they don't advocate for punitive defunding, and that's definitely something that I agree with. A couple of speakers this evening said some very powerful words, and unfortunately, I forgot to jot down the speaker's name, but said that we've been asking our police to do far too much for far too long, and that's why we are where we are tonight. Regarding the changes that are coming to policing, I think it was Heather who said this isn't going to happen overnight, and Yemi, you just said the exact same thing. Another speaker asked us to revisit our job and implement all 36 recommendations. We just got this report, a week and a half ago, and at the next Board of Police Commission meeting, I have a motion coming forward that will hopefully strike a subcommittee that will take these 36 recommendations and figure out which body is the one responsible for implementing them. I would love to be able to sit here tonight and take $2 million from the budget and upstream it to mental health services and victim services. But we don't have those programs established right now. And many of the services that people are asking to be removed from police function, we don't provide those services. We don't have a mental health unit that helps with we could tap into. The work that's taking place now can't be done by this body alone, but we can and we should take the lead, and that's what I am committing to do. If a man is drowning, we don't first workshop a risk assessment to prevent future drownings, establish a committee to look at safety, and do public consultations to gather information from the community. If a man is drowning, we toss him a life preserver, and then we do the follow-up work to change what needs to be changed to prevent future drownings. That's sort of what we're doing here tonight. That's how I'm looking at this budget. Rest assured that big change is coming to policing, and this board is committed to examining each recommendation made in the report and taking next steps. But that work it hasn't happened yet. It's happening at other levels at the request of council. And, certainly this is the work that I am committed to do. We will do right by this report. But, for tonight, we are asked to vote and to discuss the budget. I'm still on the fence about this. I don't know if 2.9 million is the right number. I don't know if 0 is the right number, but I'm certainly willing to sit back and hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's it on my list. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to sit back and listen to what's being said because I'm trying to take everything in and come up with my own conclusions on stuff. So I want to thank previous commissioners for their comments, also for the presenters here tonight. We understand what their concerns are, and we definitely listen to them. But at this point, my focus tonight is talking about the budget. HRM is a wonderful city to live in, but is also expanding quite phenomenally. And along with that expansion of new people, there's going to be new issues coming up. As we see in the bigger cities, crime is increasing. So we have to really look at that carefully when we look at a budget increase for the HRM to make sure that they have the suitable resources and staff in order to make sure that our citizens are taken care of in those times of needs. You understand the chief's comments there about things that are happening within the department when we talk about promotions, because when we get into the up areas where we need more detectives to investigate certain crimes that are happening in our cities. So we got to make sure that we have those officers there, the detectives there to follow up on that. And the health of staff is very important too. I know PTSD is one of the issues that the HRM are dealing with, HRP is dealing with. And so we also got to ensure that when we have staff that are unavailable, that make sure we have staff that are available. So there's a lot of different things that are going on within the department that we really have to keep in mind. Again, the priority of the HRP is the protection of society, of our citizens. And so it's really important that we keep that in the forefront when we make a decision on this. And someone spoke about training, and I feel that is very, very important to make sure that our officers are trained in a lot of different areas. And it can't be a 2-session thing or 2-hour training session. It's got to be more than that. So there's got to be local people in our communities here that can offer that sort of training that our officers need to move forward and to work with our citizens. And I do, you know, I myself sort of work in the same kind of area field, and I speak to many officers through my job, and we talk about the issues that are coming up and the issues that they deal with. And you know, like our department and other departments, staff are expected to do more with less resources. So when you have more responsibilities with less resources, that's going to cause issues for that staff when we talk about overwork, stress, anxiety, PTSD stuff. All that stuff sort of falls in behind it. So we just sort of have to, well, I shouldn't say we, I have to keep in mind of everything of that impacts our officers, impacts the department. And so at this point, I listen to everybody else, what's going on. Listen to Lisa, some really good words. Lisa, thank you very much. Yemi, you made some really good points. I appreciate that very much. And at this point, that's basically what I got to say for now until we make a decision on what the next step is. Thank you. Thanks, Nandel.
Thank you, Commissioner. So that's everyone's first time. In Commissioner Christie, I got you for a second time. I'll come back to you. So for me, again, just to echo what everyone else said, I think it's so important that we were able to hear from the public and get the engagement that we got from the public. And you know, we had most folks who were opposed to the budget increase. We also heard from folks who were opposed to it, but showed their gratitude to our police force because of what they're dealing with when it comes to mental health and wellness and many other aspects. So it's, you know, I'm really happy that we were able to do this. So I have a couple questions that I'll ask at the end. And really what I think about what we're doing here today is the context, and the way that I think about it is the long-term approach. You know, we have a lot of issues that are hitting us today that need addressing now, and I don't want to take away from that. But we are also dealing with a system, and we're only just starting this work. And I think it's very important that we do it in a way that also is you know, takes the community with us, but is also meaningful and is meaningful. And I would hate for us to operate in a sense where we're just working out of knee-jerk reactions rather than working out of compassion and understanding what the issues and how we can fix them in a long-term way. So when I think of what council has going on when it comes to what we can do to detask police officers and take some of those some of that work off of their workload, and also looking at our service model, but also our defund report. We have 3 reports that need significant work, and we're going to need significant partners in order to meet those outcomes within whatever the 2 council reports are. But we have the recommendations. We need to create committees. So I think that we have the framework needed to really address. And I didn't start my clock, so I'm going to put 3 minutes on. Sorry, folks. We have the framework to address what we are being asked to do by the community, and that is really not just taking money away from the police. It's about making sure that we're serving our residents in a way that supports them. And I think the way we do that is by taking the resources that we have, and hopefully, and I've said this to Jacques many times, we might need to look at more resources for the police commission itself, so we can actually do this work and not have to rely on HRM, even though we are HRM, but HRM resources. So that's something that's not going to happen tomorrow. We need to really have those discussions at a later date. So really, when I think of what's being in front of us today and with the enhancements, my feeling coming into this and having opportunity to look at this twice and talk to folks and understand some of the impacts of the service enhancements. Really, the ones that I was most comfortable with supporting was the civilian position, which what we've heard from the chief, those were ones that were needed. But I do have trouble thinking of supporting the constables and the sergeants and I guess the uniform, not because I don't support uniform, it's because there was the lack of information we needed to really understand the impacts of why we needed so many uniform officers to deal with these issues. So that's really where, and I feel like with the civilian aspect, we know victim services, we hear from many people, they need more bodies. They're dealing with more and more cases. Victim services need support. So to me, that's like, we have to support that. We heard with the emergency response communicators, the folks who are answering the phone calls, we are getting more calls because we have more people. We need to make sure that 911 calls are getting answered. The one where again, coming into this thinking, what would I support in terms of uniform, the hate crime unit, like hearing from our Muslim community, they want to make sure that when they reporting a hate crime, because the uptick in crimes against Muslims is so high, they want to know that there's somebody actually doing it. And right now they don't feel that confidence, and this is why the chief brought it forward. The other ones, I feel like we need more information around really what the impacts are, and the chief said he can provide it to us in camera, and maybe that's why I feel like I don't have that. So that's really where I sit. Like I feel like today I could support the civilian aspects and potentially the hate crime, but then for us to get further, and Mr. Critchley has a motion that talks about doing a study. So maybe that's where we look at the long-term impact of these positions in. But again, I'm going to take my cues from the commission and hear as debate goes on. And Chief, if you want to add some added pieces to why this is important, I'm happy to hear them. And my time is up, so I'll come back and I'll let you speak, Chief.
Thanks, Chair, and through you, and you mentioned it. You know, I've said it a few times already, and that opportunity for some of the gaps that I believe you're looking for, and perhaps other members of the board are looking for, can be found in the in-camera presentation. And I don't ask to go in camera and lightly. It is related to deployment and security and personnel matters. And I think that at least if I have the opportunity to deliver that presentation to you in camera, you will have everything I have to be able to tell you, as I don't think all the information is before the commission at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So going forward, second rounds for 3 minutes. I had Harry. Harry, are you?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith. I would say that I would be happy to go in camera, and you know, I don't want to give the impression that by requesting information that I am not concerned about officer mental health, or that I am a punitive person. I am in fact very concerned about officer mental health, and you know, the amendment that I can discuss a little bit later on, I think addresses that. You know, that's something we heard from a number of people. We had Ms. Tanisha Wilson talk about her respect for officers on the front line. We heard that from Ms. Fidel. I've worked with many police officers on the front line. I worked in the corrections environment. I worked with people on probation, people on, so I've worked with officers day and a lot. So it's not out of a lack of respect that I would ask questions. That's one point of clarification. The second point of clarification is that I do not think that by being critical of the budget, or requesting information, or even in fact opposing the proposed increase, particularly for constable members, is a referendum on defunding. We're not asked right now to provide a referendum on defunding. We're not asked to commit to a long-term strategy, as many people have recognized. We're asked to deliberate about a very specific budget. And again, Chair Smith, I recall your words at an earlier meeting where you said that comparison, in light of the fact that they come from such different sources, you know, the contract the RCMP is with the province, comparisons between the budgets should be discouraged, right? Though I think that was the exact language that you used, right? So of course, yeah, we have an integrated model in the city, but our duty as a board is to look at the HRP budget, right? And I want to keep coming back to that point. That's what our duty is under the Police Act. We have no authority in respect of the RCMP budget, right? So we have to discharge our duty to the extent that we're able, right? So those are 2 points I want to make. Not a referendum on defunding. We have to stay within our mandate, which is to assess the HRP budget based on community values and based on evidence. I'm not a punitive person, nor am I non-concerned with mental health. I want to ensure that that's done sustainably and in a way that will have positive outcomes in the long term. As I've mentioned before, I worked in a correctional environment where the problem of understaffing, burnout, long-term absences, mental health issues is endemic. It is a massive problem in the provincial system. They are trying over and over and over again to throw more staff at the problem, and it's not working. Stress leave is up across the board. So my concern from the beginning has been to ensure that we have a sustainable evidence-based solution. Again, I'm more than happy to hear the additional evidence to be presented in camera. I appreciate the chief saying that it doesn't take that lightly going in camera in light of our public duties and our duties in particular to act as a conduit for the community. So I'd be more than happy to hear that information and then potentially discuss the amendment once we come out of in camera.
So thank you for that, Commissioner. So we have Commissioner Critchley, who's interested in going in camera. Commissioner Akinjudu, you were next on the list. Did you have any comments?
I'm just going to wait until we get out of in camera.
Okay, so you also want to go on camera as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's 2. Just give a thumbs up if other folks are interested in going. Yep, I see some thumbs up. Okay, so we can do that and then come back to the list for second time around. So just as mentioned as by the chief, what we're asking for is more information on some of the more personnel issues, which can deal with security personnel and others. So that's why we have to go in camera to discuss this. Understanding we are in a public forum and we ask the public to come speak tonight. There are some sensitivities when we're talking about police deployment and whatnot. So Ian, do you want to give us the logistics of how we are going camera and then what will happen afterwards?
So this meeting will still be streamed on YouTube. We will put a holding screen up. An invitation has been sent to all commissioners for an in-camera meeting that will occur in Microsoft Teams. You can leave this meeting. We will send you the link at the end of the meeting to join this meeting again. We would ask that you join that Teams meeting. We do, however, need a formal motion and a vote to move in camera.
So motion move in camera.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kent, seconded by Commissioner Critchley to go on camera. And as mentioned, we should have a calendar. Does everybody have that before we go up? Everyone has that calendar invite to go on camera, Microsoft Teams?
Sorry, Chair Smith, was it just sent now or was it earlier in the day?
No, it was just sent now.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. McLean.
All right.
Chair Smith, Chair Smith, did you call the vote on that in camera? I heard the motion.
Sorry, no, I didn't. I just want to make sure everybody had it. So all in favor of going to camera, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Opposed? Seeing none, we're going to go in camera. And as mentioned, once we're done in camera, we'll be back in the public session.
Good evening. The Board of Police Commission members will be moving back into in public session. The holding screen can come down. Members will be joining. And Chair Smith, once the holding screen comes down, you can begin the meeting again on your call. We are streaming to YouTube.
Gosh, you've probably heard nothing that I just said. What I said was I forgot to call the vote. So if Commissioner Critchley and Commissioner McDougall, if you don't mind moving a second to go with the camera, put that in the minutes. I'm assuming people have no problem doing that, but forgot to call the vote. Late.
Chair Smith, we are good. We are streaming. We can go on your call.
All right, just making sure we got our solicitor. No, we don't have him already yet. Once we get Marty and we got Bruce, okay, as long as we got somebody from finance. Just waiting for a lawyer. Yep, all right, we got our lawyer.
I'm back to Chair Smith.
Your picture is almost like you remind me of, I don't know if anyone else remember this, but the Teletubby kid that was in the sun that would talk to the Teletubbies. This circle talking.
Well, you know, I'll change my background because I'm in my dining room and the light provides some.
It's fine. It's just different. Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as we can hear you.
I think he meant it as a compliment, Jerry.
Oh yeah, it's not an issue. Just saying it's different. All right, so going back to our discussion. So everyone did have a first go around. Mr. Critchley, you did have your 2 go arounds, but I know you do have something that you're going to come forward with. So before I go to you, I'm just wondering if anybody else who hasn't had their second 3-minute go around wants to speak. All right, so Commissioner Kent, I'll let you go first. And then Carol, I'll go to you next. You're on mute, sorry, Becky.
There we go. You starting with me?
Yep.
Okay, so I got a couple of questions. So I'm thinking about some of the questions that were asked in the presentations, but also I'm pulling on my experience of working with agencies that are working hard to support women experiencing sexual violence, domestic violence, intimate partner, whatever you want to call it. And so I'm I'm going to our I think our reputation really on sexual assault investigations in the past. I don't think it's been strong. Referenced tonight, but that's also, you know, much of what I heard around the table for a number of years. And obviously with the complexity, and I know the police would agree on this, I've had conversations around it. And for those who are not as familiar, the complexity of this kind of violence is very real, and it's been discussed a lot around who should be the service provider in you know, trauma-informed approaches and better serving the victim, and through it, and of course victim services is the go-to here in this conversation. But I think what it all leads to is this potential for communities and specialized services that are out there right now, either working with the police or exclusively in the future, whatever it might look like. But I'm wondering if the chief can offer some insight on how he feels 3 new investigators are going to really make a difference in this area, because investigators implies inherent that the act has happened. We don't want that to happen to women and men and anyone identifying in any way. How does adding a couple more investigators potentially prevent this kind of action happening in the future? And it could be that this is over the course of time, but really, this is one of the areas where I just need clarification from you. The other one is hate crime reporting and is underreported. Success in reporting, and again, same thing. Success in reporting means it's happening. And how can 2 new detectives change that trajectory of having it happen and then us have to investigate it and people have to report? I understand, I think I understand. I'm not in the diverse communities that I think are certainly experiences it more, and I can't relate to that in that way. I can only go on what I have learned, but that these hate crimes are happening. Investigating means it's happened. We want it to not happen. And I just need clarification on where this money is going to make the biggest impact if we do approve that tonight for these positions. Same with the FOIPOP. I'm not sure on how much big bang for our buck we're getting out of that, a FOIPOP, an extra FOIPOP officer, when we have so many really such big issues that we're facing and call for change.
Thanks, Commissioner. And through you, Chair, I'll start with the SATE request for 2 detectives, the sexual assault investigative team. So, we're aware and we pay very close attention and work with, support stakeholders on the prevention piece to the extent that we can. This particular ask is really not about prevention. It's really about being able to handle the capacity of investigations that is coming in. So some of the trends that we've seen since 2011, it's been on an upward trend as far as sexual assaults that have been reported. And in 2011, we had 400. And in 2021, year to date to December 8th, we had 600. So we've seen a definite increase in there without a real increase in the investigative staff. So really, we're trying to keep pace with the investigations that are coming in and keeping pace at the right skill level. Properly trained, trauma-informed trained, proper investigative techniques, proper interviewing techniques, all of that. And it takes time to get a detective up to that level to be able to do that. I also believe that at the same time, we're supporting victims by doing that, by having more investigators available. The investigators have a lesser caseload. We've talked about workload. There are very traumatic incidents sometimes to investigate. So really, it's about a capacity issue, trying to deal with the continued upward trend. And the prevention piece, very important for us, but that doesn't speak directly to that. This really is about investigative capacity. As far as the hate crimes go, hate crimes, as we've talked about, are one of the most underreported types of offenses. We are going down the road currently for training for our officers. So we've got a session in our block training program. We have one of the facilitators here in the room tonight. Our researcher, Joanne Smith, is one of the facilitators with some sworn detectives. And before you can even go to that block training session, you have to do an online component through the CPKN network and do that training in advance. And really, it's all about understanding what is a hate crime? What is a hate incident? How do hate incidents relate to hate crimes down and into the future, and reaching out to the community. I can tell you, I've talked to many diverse community members, and the feeling that I get, the information that I'm hearing, is that the crimes aren't being reported because they believe that they're not going to be tended to. And we need to change that. We need to change that for our community by allowing us this additional enhancement. It will provide 2 detectives in a full-time unit that'll handle all the hate crimes that come in, work closely with our diversity officer, building bridges with our diverse community, and encourage that reporting so we can properly investigate and hopefully make a difference in the way hate crimes are trending currently. And the final question you had, Commissioner, was around the Freedom of Information ask. So, you know, one of the things that we have seen is an increase in the Freedom of Information requests. We currently have one member working on that and handles everything for HRP that comes in. And with the volume that's increasing and the stats that we had, I can give you a quick example. In 2016, we had 302, and in 2021, we had 378. And the workload is, they're complicated, they're big asks generally. Some of them we bill back for under the MGA rules. Really, it is a workload issue for the one individual. And what it'll provide is better service to the people that are requesting, better quality service. I hear regularly from people saying, you know, you're not getting back to us soon enough. We have had to ask for extensions. So we have more time to get the information. And that's a real need that we have if that's a service that we want to continue to provide in a quality way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner McDougall.
Thank you. Given that the commission is really looking at the workload that it has and the kind of additional, I guess, governance role or the new governance role that we've been asked to assume and to dig deeper into our responsibilities and accountability. I'm just wondering if there's a budget amount that's been allocated for the commission to do some of that work and be able to call on additional support or research if necessary, that kind of thing. The commission's budget has traditionally been included in the police budget, and so I'm wondering, I didn't see it in this in any of the figures that we've looked at. And so I'm wondering if it's something that's there, or I just have overlooked it.
Through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, what I can tell you is that there's 13,900 currently in the budget for the Board of Police Commissioners use. And as far as any additional funds for that area for the extra work that is being completed, I would turn that question back over to the Chair.
I'll just maybe ask, maybe Jerry or Jock, I'm not sure who would answer this question. But if we, for example, if we wanted to get an outside opinion, as we've asked in the past on certain things, does that come directly out of our budget, or does that come out of legal or what?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the board. We would typically take it out of your budget, but if there's an exceptional ask, Jerry and I would work together with you to identify a source of funds. It may or may not have to go back to council, but it depends on the nature of it and where, you know, exactly the amount and those kinds of things. I do have some flexibility in my own, under my own authority for contingency expenditures that are not planned necessarily in the budget. Jerry and I would have to have a conversation. I would lean on Jerry actually to tell me whether I can spend the money or not, and go from there. But you may have to return to council in certain circumstances, depending on the amount and you know, if I'm comfortable and Jerry's comfortable authorizing the expenditure under my authority, then we would go that route. But if Jerry says we need to go back to council, we would go back to council. Jerry?
Marty?
Yeah, no, I think that's the CAO has covered that off. Thank you.
Marty, did you want to add something?
I would only add that, you know, it's really a matter of, it's historical that basically the police commission's budget has been included with the police department's budget. if you look at the legislation, the budget is really refers to the budget for the police department itself. So I think, as Jacques has said, we've been kind of flexible in the various sources for this. Some of the money for independent legal opinions has come out of legal services budget. Others has come from other places. So it hasn't really been centralized. And I guess for a long time, there was not as much. The only activity of the police commission for a long time really involved traveling to conferences, and that at that point it was mostly a travel budget. So it's more a historical fact that it is where it is.
Thank you. All right, so everyone who has asked to speak their first and second time, nobody else other than Commissioner Critchley, who does have an amendment to put forward, would like to go next. So before I go to Commissioner Critchley, I'm just wondering if anybody would like to speak their second time, because everybody's spoken their first time. No, all right, Commissioner Critchley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I actually going to bring two amendments, so I'll do one first, if that's all right. So the first amendment that I want to bring is to amend the budget proposal to remove the police board line item out of the police budget entirely. I have no preference where it is moved, whether that's under the CAO, under fiscal services, under legal services. But I've harped on perhaps too much about this point about statutory independence. And I think statutory independence has to be both perceived and real, right? So I would be concerned, not to attribute malintent. I understand from Mr. Ward's point that it's a product of history, but that our budget would be included within the police budget, and that we would otherwise be reliant on the CAO, for example, or legal services for additional asks. I would worry about that, the perception there of that undermining our statutory independence. So I'd like to, that's my first amendment. I'd like to have that line item removed entirely from the budget. And I'd like to actually, hopefully in the future, and this is not part of the motion, but devote some significant time, particularly in light of our work plan mesh session that we had, to think about what our budget needs are. I've raised repeatedly that most police boards in cities of our size have staff. They have research complement. They have staff who can do literature reviews, who can prepare draft policy, who can do community consultation, all the sort of work that I know members of this board sat around a table at a work plan session and said was of a high priority to them. That's not work that 3 very busy city councilors and 4 volunteers can do on their own. So yeah, that's my first amended motion, is to remove the item and to have that dealt with at a later date at a subsequent meeting of the board.
That's been moved. Is there a seconder for that motion? I can't see everybody, so it's a seconder. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to second, but I just need a clarification.
Okay.
Are you asking for a staff report on removing the Board of Police Commissioners as a line item from the police budget and recommendations as to where that could lay?
No, Commissioner Blackburn, I have no preference where it will go. I just asked that it, I have two principal concerns. So the first is that the perception that we as a governing body have our budget dictated by the HRP. Obviously, that's just a perception. It's not the reality. The HRP aren't sitting there thinking about how much money we need. It's just the year over year amount remains the same. So both from a perception perspective, there's a need to be shown as being independent in that regard. And then I also think it would give us greater control where, as you suggested, Commissioner Blackburn, there's a need for this new subcommittee to look at this report. There's a number of other items that were identified at our work plan session require significant expenditures of time and labor. So I don't actually feel right now as though as a board, we're in a position where we can say comfortably how much money we'll need for fiscal 22-23. And so I would feel much more comfortable if we could defer that to a later date. And to my understanding, in light of the kind of schedule associated with the HRP budget, that would require moving the line item out of that budget.
So there's a few
All
things
right,
here.
so
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
second it then, just to get it on the floor for further discussion.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
thank you. So there's a few things there, and Jacques, I see your hands up, so I was wondering if you could now also expand. So removing that out of the budget, does that require a staff report? Because it would have to sit within somewheres, and who would administer that? Because I know even for our conferences, oh my goodness, I can't think of his name right now, but he does the HRP finances. He actually pays our conference fees when we need to do conferences. So I'm just wondering, what is the logistics of that? And do we need a report, or can we just pull it and then you just come back at budget and say this is where it's going to sit?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Thanks for raising this. This has been an ongoing discussion internally within HRM for a number of years. So, when I first got here, in 2016, the budget was actually in the CAO's office. And, after many discussions between myself and the chiefs, at that time, Dan was not here, it was the previous chief, and CFO at the time, Jane Fraser. We decided that it was best to put it into the HRP accounts. So it's a separate line. It's not as if Dan or his team can actually spend money out of it without authority from the board. So the question was really all about, where does the conversations happen the most between the board chair, who would be passing on requests for spend out of the account, and how often those conversations happen, et cetera. And we sort of concluded from a financial management perspective, that this was probably best parked at the HRP. But we'll do whatever you wish to do with that. It's really the call of the board. It's the independence of the account is sacred. I mean, it's not as if it can be used for any other purpose other than the board. Question is, who actually receives the request for payment, and who processes that payment through the Department of Finance, right, through Jerry's shop. So we had concluded that was the best, probably the most efficient way to go about it, rather than tying it up in the CAO's vast collection of accounts that are there, and they're not specifically tied to public safety in that sense. So that was sort of the rationale, but we're pretty flexible. It has to be parked somewhere. It can't just be deferred to another time, because my budget is going before council, I think on Wednesday, Jerry, next week, right? So
Yes.
at this point, it's kind of too late to put it in my budget from a presentation perspective. But if the board wants to, we could transfer it over post budget. In other words, if it's got baked in, if we leave it the way it is, post April 1st, we could simply do a journal entry over to another to move that account over to the CAO's office, or perhaps GRIA or somewhere, Government Relations External Affairs. That's part of my business unit. I don't know, Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you covered that well, Jacques. What I can say is the hierarchy of accounts within the Board of Police Commissioners budget is as Jacques mentioned, part of the HRP budget, but it is a separate budget in terms of authority. It has its own cost center called Board of Police Commissioners. So, all our cost centers have delegated signing authority, et cetera. So although a part of HRP, I think, from an authority perspective, it does have its own cost center. So it's not intermingled with the chief's operational cost centers. It is a separate cost center.
So before I go to Commissioner Kent, so I'm wondering, because you mentioned that it could just be a matter of it moving maybe post budget or whatnot. So Commissioner Critchley, what I'm wondering is, with your motion, could the motion is not in the chat, so I don't know if you have it written out and you can paste it in there, or if the clerks have it. I'm wondering, would it make sense to have the motion that when the chief presents his budget to council, that a memo or whatever it might be outline where that line item has gone, rather than us deferring it now and finding out. The chief could just get the direction that, hey, or sorry, Jacques can get the direction to move it out of the police budget, and then when it goes to council, he can tell us where it is.
You know, look, if there's a consensus amongst the board and wants it in under the CAO's office, you don't need a motion. This would simply be done at the end of the day, because we did it without, I don't think we needed a motion last time when we changed all this around. I don't recall that we did. I think we just simply said, you know, the chair and the board sort of agreed that it should be moved over, and we had some conversation, but I don't recall it being a motion unless Ian or somebody else recalls something different. But I, you know, if there's a consensus amongst the board here tonight that you would rather have it under the CAO's business unit, we would simply move it over after post-budget, right? And just do it that way, as opposed to necessarily having a motion. But if you want to have a motion, that's fine too. I'm not fussed one way or the other.
Okay, so Commissioner Christian, I'll go to you, Commissioner Kent. Would you be fine for the motion just to say for it to be moved to the CAO's budget, and then just so it's on the record that we've asked for that?
Well, I see Commissioner Kent waiting very patiently, so I'll try and limit my time. My concern is twofold. So one is this very technical one, and you know, and Mr. Black has done a great job explaining that. Yeah, you know, this is an independent thing, and this, I can't remember the word he used, but so that's one piece of it. But another piece of it is, and I felt strongly about this from the time that I've joined the board, is that I think the budget for the police board should increase quite a lot, right? Like, I think we should have a staff, and I think that my challenge is that based on the timelines that we have right now, in terms of when the CAO budget is going to be presented, when the police budget is going to be presented, I don't feel like as a board we are settled on, well, what sort of, do we want a full-time staff, do we want a half-time staff, you know, do we want 2 staff, like what are the responsibilities of those staff? But I do think that that's a very important next step for our board, and I think that there was a lot of agreement around that at the work plan, and my concern would be to lose that until the next opportunity at fiscal 23-24, right? So I have two concerns. The priority one for me is about increasing our budget. I think it should be much higher than it is now. I think we need like a management level person who assists the board in its various subcommittees that it has. You know, for example, Chair Smith, as you know, at our work plan session, the desire to move to a committee structure where different projects taken on by the board would be delegated to subcommittees. That was highlighted by many members as a priority. And so a staff person would support all that work that's ongoing. You know, it could work with other units. It could support initiatives that other board members want to bring up and conduct research. So that's sort of my pitch for it. But I wouldn't expect everyone to agree tonight because it's the first they're hearing of it. But I don't want to have to wait until fiscal, the budget for fiscal 23-24 to do this, because I think that would be a missed opportunity in light of, as everyone else has mentioned, the large number of items that the board is taking on.
So really, Commissioner Kent, will go right to you, and just to assure you, Commissioner Christie, me and Jacques and Ian actually have had this discussion multiple times, and without disclosing too much, without actually figuring things out. I know Jacques is taking this back and considering how to do this in the future. So there will be future discussions for us. I'm not sure when, and maybe Jacques, we can save that for our next meeting of what that looks like. But just let you know that we have had this discussion, and that is on the table for us to deal with that, because we're using a lot of staff and resources. Just like this meeting alone, we've had a lot of folks here, and so there needs to be some leeway. So I just want you to know, Commissioner Christie, it's on the to-do list, and we've already had discussions.
Right. Yeah. And Chair Smith, you've conveyed that to me in the past.
Mr. Chair, can I speak?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Chrisley, sorry, but it's 9:45 and it just keeps going and going and going. And so I understand your reasoning for bringing this up, but I really think that we need time to have some conversations around it. I'm pleased with the response from CAO on this, that they are willing to work with us. I think at 10:15 at night, when we've got a budget, that we are finally, I think, getting close to where we can put this to bed. I'd like to just suggest that Commissioner Critchley withdraw his motion and us move on to, I think, his second motion. Thank you.
So the motion is on the floor. So it would take the mover and the seconder to withdraw it. Or Commissioner Critchley, I know you said there's two parts. One is the resourcing piece. I think the easiest part for us to do now is to deal with, if you want it to be moved, we can move it. That's, as Chuck said, that's the easy thing. And then we can take the other piece back and have a more formal discussion in the future around the resourcing aspect, if you don't mind.
Sorry, Chair, can I just jump in quickly?
Yep, sure.
There are two aspects here. The first aspect is the 13,000 in the current budget. We have to deal with that because we're talking about the budget. The second aspect of the motion has nothing to do with this current budget because there's no amount for that now. So I agree with the councillor to push that to further. But we have this resolution for that. The CAO has given us a very technical way to deal with this. Take it as a journal entry immediately after the budget. That takes care of what Commissioner Harry is asking for the first question, but we cannot take the second one in this budget.
Can we have the motion in the chat that's on the floor, please? Thank you. I'm not sure who took it down.
Chair Smith, this is Ian. So just a question. The motion as stated was that the money for the Board of Police Commissioners be removed from the Board of Police Commissioners budget. The way I've heard it is that the goal is that it not be removed from the budget, but be moved into an administrative budget for the CAO's office. So if that was the case, then one of the options could be that it could be done as a recommendation to regional council. We did do a quick look from the last time this happened. When the budget was moved over, there was no motion required. It was done as an administrative task. So if a motion is required, it could be done as a recommendation. It probably needs to be done that way.
Okay, so if commissioners don't mind, could the recommendation be that our budget be moved, and then in the minutes we'll note that we want to have a future discussion around the resourcing piece.
I think I would agree with that, with the recommendation to move it and deal with it after the budget.
Okay, Commissioner Critchley, is that fine for you?
Yeah, that's fine by me. I guess my only hope is that it be dealt with within the fiscal year, not deferred another fiscal year, right? So we'll that's
take
my
that.
hope.
Yep, thank you. All right, so there's no motion needed for that. So can the mover and seconder don't mind withdrawing that motion because we don't need it?
Yep.
Seconder is fine with it. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So you have the second one, Commissioner Critchley.
Yeah, so this is a two-part motion. I'll just read it in full and then I can provide a brief rationale. The first part is that the Board of Police Commissioners reject the portion of the proposed budget increase earmarked for new sworn officers. And part two is that the chair of the Board of the Police Commissioners direct the chief officer of the HRP to, in consultation with and the approval of the Board of the Police Commissioners, hire a human resources consultant to study the issues of understaffing, increased mental health claims, and increased long-term absences within the HRP. The objective of the study would be to present a report to the board, which would outline A, the contributing factors giving rise to these issues, and B, recommendations for addressing these issues in the short, medium, and long term. This report would then inform the HRP budget request for fiscal 23-24. So those are the motions.
Second.
By Commissioner Blackburn. Here you have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I see Marty's got his hand up, so I'll defer to Marty.
Okay. Do you want to speak for? Oh, his hand is gone. It might have been a mistake. Do you want to speak?
No, I didn't. I wanted to speak quickly.
Okay.
The first part of that motion deals with the budget that's currently before the board, right?
Right.
The second part doesn't deal with present budget. Okay, so it may be that, depending what the board wants to do with it, I think the board clearly has to deal with the first portion of the motion I'm not sure that the second portion has to be dealt with tonight, or in effect, whether it really is a matter before the board, strictly speaking, tonight, or whether it's a matter for, for the next meeting, for example, on notice.
So just for clarifications, because it's noted for the study to be for fiscal 23-24, that's why you're saying that this wouldn't be considered for today's budget, because this is for future budget.
That's right.
Okay, I got you.
And just to clarify, Chair Smith, that the reason I saw them as going together, and I was advised to that effect by, Mr. McLean, that they were all together as one amendment. I originally brought it as a notice of motion, but then was asked to resubmit as, not resubmit, but actually not submit at all, because they were both amendments. And I saw them as both complementary to the budget, but that's fine. I can provide a quick rationale. I've circulated this motion to the board. We have the power under 52 to direct the chief or to give advice. We have duties to ensure the budget is prepared in keeping with our duties under 55(1). And I outlined what those duties are. I think, what we've heard a lot of tonight is the value of evidence and ensuring that decisions are made in an evidence-based way. And I know that this is a priority both for the HRM and for the HRP. It's also likely a community value under that's relevant under 55(2) of the Police Act that should inform our budget deliberation. And so what I want to suggest is that the issues of understaffing, increased mental health claims, and increased long-term absences, these are areas of increasing concerns in many, many industries across the country, including corrections, emergency health services, policing, and the health professions. And so, for example, in 2020, in response to issues regarding staff shortages and rising long-term absences, the Northwest Territories Department of Justice engaged consultants based actually here in Halifax from HR Atlantic to study this issue. A survey was sent out to staff and one-on-one interviews were conducted. And the subsequent report that was produced provided an evidence base from which to begin to address these issues in that context. And I actually want to suggest that that's very in keeping with points that were raised by some of our speakers tonight. Ms. Caitlin O'Neill mentioned we must take into account the values and perspectives of HRP members as it relates to mental health. We need, and actually Commissioner Akindujo as well, we need to understand the needs of the police. I totally agree with that. And that's where I would hope that this study would make some serious strides in terms of filling that knowledge base. And my concern is that in assessing the budget proposal as it is, we have a limited understanding of what the contributing causes of the problem is. We've heard a lot about the rising issue of absences and mental health claims, but not as much about contributing causes. We understand that redeployments and understaffing are in fact a contributing cause, but there must be others as well. And in addition to that, we also have a fairly limited understanding about what the most effective means of addressing these problems are. We know that there's a huge research literature on return to work in human resources. And I'm sure there's best practices that can be identified from a variety of industries and from around Canada. And what I want to suggest is that hiring additional staff may be a valuable short-term fix to some of the concerns raised, but particularly in light of the rising number of mental health claims and the number of, the rising number of people going on leave. My concern is that we may end up back where we started a few years down the road with even higher rates of mental health claims and long-term absences. And I want to give as much credit to the chief here. I say that as respectfully as possible, knowing that many, many other things are ongoing at present to try and address this problem. But a basic point is that when you have a problem that is structural in nature, by that, what I mean is a problem that's not purely attributable to a lack of person power on the front line, then you need a structural solution as well. You need to look at what are the mental health needs, what are the most effective ways to address those mental health needs. And to that point, it could be that more research needs to be conducted on the most effective programs currently used across Canada in different industries for the purpose of addressing workplace mental health concerns and long-term absences. And this is precisely the sort of research that an HR consultant could conduct, and that it would be, in my mind, unfair to burden the police to have to go and do big literature review and jurisdictional scan of all the best practices. The police have a very, very important job to do. And I think as the board, we have a responsibility to help them do that job and also address this problem. And what I want to suggest is that once we hired this consultant, once we had that report, Once we had this research in hand, we'd be better positioned as part of our deliberation for the fiscal 23-24 budget to take meaningful steps to address these issues in a sustainable way and promote the best outcomes for officers and the public alike. That's my motion and the rationale, and I'll leave it at that.
Chair Smith, this is Ian McLean here. We do need a motion to extend orders past 10 p.m.
Move to extend.
Second? Or I guess I move it then.
Yeah, move it, and then
Sorry.
seconded by Commissioner McDougall. Thank you for that hearing. You were right on time for the timer. Before I go to members, I see Jerry, you got your hand up. Just to go back to the piece that Marty mentioned. So I'm wondering if the best approach, and I lost it here. Gosh, my eyes are getting cross-eyed now. I'm wondering if the second part is more of a notice of motion for next meeting, which we could do at the end of this meeting, provide a notice of motion for the study, for us to have a discussion our next meeting, but then deal with the first part, which is the rejected portion of the proposed budget increase earmark for the new sworn officers. I know it was recommended to keep them both, but hearing what you said, Marty, it is separate from the budget. So I'm just wondering if we should do a notice of motion for the second part and just put the first part on the floor. I'll go to Ian and then go to Jerry.
I will note that this document was received by the clerk's office in time for a notice of motion for this meeting. The commissioner was advised and was vetted through legal that both of these could be amending motions and can be dealt with at this meeting today.
Right.
So I want to be clear on the process for this. It was provided to us in time, and once vetted, it was said these both could be amending motions today. I want to make sure that we're clear on process with the commissioner.
Yeah, and my brain is foggy right now. So what we could do is we could deal with them separately, and then it could just be a supplementary report on the budget that would come at a later date.
That would be my recommendation, is
Okay.
They could be dealt with. They could be dealt with for voting purposes. The second portion could get moved to another meeting. If that was a decision of the commission, it could be deferred to a future meeting as well for decision.
So I'm going to look at the commissioners. I'm going to go to Jerry first, and what I want commissioners to think about after Jerry speaks is, do we want to deal with this in two parts? First part and second part. And Commissioner Krixke, do you want to, and as another option, do you want to make this notice of motion that we would then at our next meeting have a discussion around the mental health, or we could do it today? It's just, we're getting down to the wire here, or past the wire. So Jerry, I'll let you speak, and then any comments from commissioners.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to sort of add on just what Marty said about the motion, what we would appreciate, it would be to have an actual, the motion be factual in terms of the amount of budget that they're looking for the chief to table. So in our calculations, doing the background math, it's 88,627,000 rounded. With the removal of the items that the non were.
Do you have the amount that's just the enhancement?
The sworn members.
Sorry, I froze up for a second. What's the amount that is just within the enhancement that doesn't include the sworn members?
So the amount of the budget would be, with the sworn members out, would be 88,627,000. That's rounded.
within the enhancement itself. So with the 2.96190 enhancements, if you remove the sworn members, what is the number that we'd be approving with the enhancement?
That's the number that I just gave you.
Chair Smith, I believe for the civilian, just totaling the 10 civilian positions, it's just about $1,000 shy of $800,000.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So I probably was explaining it wrong.
$797,000.
Okay, 797,000.
Correct.
And that's just the civilian. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I probably was not.
That assumes we interpreted the proposals correctly.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that added context. So the amount would be 88 million what?
627,000.
627,000. And with the operating budget proposed enhancement with the civilian members, that'd be 997,000, excluding those positions. Okay, so Mr. Critchley, going back to the main piece, are you fine with us splitting that up so we can have two separate discussions? Are you okay with that?
Well, perhaps, Chair Smith, what I'll do is I'll avail myself of the best of both worlds. Is I'd like them to be included as a package deal together, and then assuming that fails, I'll bring the second piece as a motion, an independent motion at the next meeting.
So what I recommend is we do the budget piece, and then you can just add afterwards. We vote on the budget by itself, and then you can just add onto the budget as a supplementary report your motion related to so it still would be part of the budget, just we would have separate votes so we can have
okay. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Yeah, I believe that's what Ian was mentioning as well. So
right,
I'm
exactly.
fine with that then, yeah.
Okay, so let's with the motions on the floor, let's just do the first part of it, which is the which is the operating budget itself. And it just would have to be amended to say, one second here, that the Board of Police Commissioners reject the portion of the proposed budget increase earmarked for new sworn members and approve 88,627,000 to be recommended to council or something along those lines. And that was me just kind of spitballing it. So if whoever's typing away, if they can type that in the chat when they have a chance, and I'll go to Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really need to see the motion now.
Okay.
I can't rely on putting ends together.
So we'll just wait for that to come in the chat.
Chair Smith, this is an amending motion. So if I could offer that we will do the Board of Police Commissioners reject the portion of the proposed budget earmarked for new sworn officers as proposed in the Halifax Regional Police Officers budget as per the report title. Depending on that piece, we will do a revised motion for the main motion with the overarching title in it, the overarching total in it. We'll have to approve the main motion anyways after the amending motion.
Right. So the motion that you just mentioned, the first part, would imply the number that's on the floor, the 88 million. But then within the main motion, because that gets sent to council, that will have that 88 million in that motion.
Depending on the outcome of that vote, we will update the number in that main motion.
Okay. Depending on the vote. If you want to, we can wait until that's in the chat, Commissioner Kent, if you still need some time to see that visually. Okay, you're good. Okay, so are there any comments on that motion from Commissioner Critchley? Yeah, Commissioner Kent.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm glad. So just to be clear, we are separating them out. We will have one vote on this first portion. So I'm going to have to say that I can't support it. I might as well. I'll offer my comments now that I would have put forward in the anticipation of another vote. I'll just get it over with. But I can't support it because I think that there is enough evidence for me tonight to feel like I have enough to satisfy my role on the board to make a decision that is in the best interest of Halifax Police Service and for us as a board. It's a 1-year budget. And I heard that and I know it. And I'm very, very, very serious and concerned about our staffing issues in relation to the health of our serving members. Too many that I can't ignore it. And I'm also very, very serious and cognizant of what we have, the work we have to do going forward to bring about change, creating a plan for retasking, whatever that might look like. As I spoke of earlier, you know, unpacking the report, unpacking the areas we can make change, and unpacking those we can't because it's other agencies, and creating opportunities to work together. I'm worried that this motion really is taking out a large portion of what I feel will be a service that has the capacity to respond to the what's required here in this municipality at this time. Do I want change to happen? Absolutely. I don't want to be pushed. I don't feel like now is the right time to put potentially calls not being able to be responded to, unhealthy officers doing overtime that need to be healthy. Not that I'm not saying that would happen, but I don't want to take that risk. I want both. And I think we can have both if we do it properly in the course of time, take the information that we have to make changes, but not yet. So what do I do that I want both? Well, today I'm going to have to not vote for this particular motion. I believe we need to do better in policing, and but in good stead. I believe strongly that we can make today more than ever do I feel like finally we're on the cusp of change, because we're talking about this open. We're talking about it with the public watching. We're talking about it in a way that we never have before. That excites me, and because I think we now have, right now, we have the ability to go forward with a strong board that is listening, that is ready to to make differences. I just can't do it in a time when, for this motion in particular, just to not vote for any staffing changes. I don't expect this I'll be popular with this. I expect that there'll be some, people saying all kinds of things out there, but I have to live with what I believe is the right thing right now for the municipality, for everyone involved. I believe people who have been at the negative end of policing services in our communities also want me to do what's right and what I feel is right. And this would not be right to me. So I can't support it. I don't know if I've covered all my points or not, but I might speak to it again when we get back to another vote should this one get defeated. But rest assured as well, wherever this vote goes, because this is who I am, wherever this group decides, if it's supporting this, I will support it, because I respect the process. If we choose the other, I will respect that process as well. I want us to, I want to influence what happens right now at this moment.
Thank you. Who seconded that by chance? I don't know if I got a seconder for the motion.
Lisa.
Lisa, okay, thank you. So really quickly, Chief, I wonder, before I go to Commissioner Akindoju, could you tell us the positions that would fall under that 797, just to be clear? still with us?
I can tell you if he isn't. I've got his slide here.
Okay, well, I just want to get clear. Oh, I can hear you. Okay, I can hear you.
There he is.
Oh, I can't hear you anymore. Now I can hear you. I can't see you. I guess even the computer's tired. There we go. You're on the screen now. Right. Can you hear us? Oh, I don't know if he can hear us.
He's mute.
Yeah, but I don't know if he. Can you hear me, Chief?
Sorry, Chair, are you looking for me?
Yeah. Could you tell us within the with the motion that's on the floor that includes that doesn't include sworn officers, what within the service enhancements are not sworn officer positions, just for clarity?
The 8 IES call taker dispatchers, 1 FOIPOP coordinator, and 1 victim services case coordinator.
So thank you. So what is included in these sworn officers are the patrol constables, traffic constables, traffic sergeant, sexual assault investigation team, detective constables.
Times 2.
Yep, times two. Hate unit detective constables times 2. Member reintegration pilot program constable 1.
That's it.
And then that's it. So everything else. So emergency response communicators 8, victim services caseworker 1, administrative support intake analyst 1. Those are all non-sworn.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to get that clarification for folks. Commissioner Akindoju.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. There's so many things on the ground now, but I just want to clearly say I support Commissioner Kent's proposal, simply for this reason. For effectiveness, sworn and unsworn officers form the police. We need both of them to work together. Supporting one and leaving the other out, from my own perspective, makes this very inefficient, and I'm not going to support that. Simple. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you can see Commissioner Thomas, sorry.
I was on mute anyway, so you couldn't hear anything that I was saying. So,
that's a fact.
Commissioner Thomas, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, just for a second. Yeah, I just wanted to support Commissioners Kent's and Emmy's thoughts as well. I believe that this is important that we support the chief, support the HRP at this time. I just don't want to see a lack in services provided to our people of our HRM. I think it's very important that they have the service that they require at those dangerous and uncertain times with everything that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'll just add to this, because nobody else has asked to speak. I think I can understand both arguments and discussions and understand where folks are coming from, where we got to, especially hearing the information that we heard in camera, understanding that there are some difficulties, and the chief has mentioned it publicly that wouldn't come with these numbers if there wasn't the need. I also do feel that I like to see the long longevity approach of dealing with the impacts that we've seen. So I really would support the motion that's on the floor with one amendment, which would be to add the hate unit detective constables. And really, I think, and the reason why I feel this way is because what I've heard from community members who are dealing with hate crimes that are criminal offense hate crimes, not just hate crimes in general, but criminal offense hate crimes, that there's just not enough bodies to deal with them, and the rise is there. So if I would support this motion if there was a friendly amendment to include those two positions, because the experience and the stories and me talking to many community members and organizations, hate crimes was one of those positions and areas. Investigations related to hate crimes that are criminal offense hate crimes, they feel the support's not there, and that's why the chief brought this forward. So that would be my amendment to what's on the floor, depending on the vote. And I'm not sure where it's going to go when we vote. So I don't know if that's a friendly. I don't know if that's something that we'd have to vote on later. But I would ask that we would include those two positions, considering what I've heard from the community related to the criminal offense hate crimes that they're seeing the rise of in the city. So Commissioner Critchley, since it's your motion, if you see it's something that's not a friendly, then that's fine, and I'll come back and bring that forward.
Okay, thank you, Sir Chair Smith. I'm happy to defer to Commissioner McDougall before going back to your amendment, if that's all right.
Yep, that's fine. Commissioner McDougall.
So I came into this meeting with a view, and it's shifted back and forth through how many hours have we been talking about this now? I can't remember. I think there's some merit in, certainly in my thinking, that it's time to kind of rethink the way we do public safety. I know we've said this, I'm repeating what I said before. Hearing from the people earlier in the meeting from the public, and I mentioned this too in the defunding report, hearing all of the different comments from people who've been surveyed and participated in focus groups. There was a message that we were getting, which was, it's time to think differently and do this differently. And I thought maybe there was a way to do that tonight. I think where I'm leaning right now is somewhat in the direction of Commissioner Critchley's motion with the friendly amendment mentioned by Chair Smith. And I think that's kind of where I would settle when we would take a vote. But I'm willing to hear from others.
Thank you, Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Commissioner McDougall. I will say, Chair Smith, that your amendment is friendly. I will just provide notice that I will then, at a subsequent meeting, bring a notice of motion to then look at kind of what are the policies needed, what kind of cooperation is needed around hate crimes. As the chief and other officers are no doubt aware, there are extremely complex evidentiary concerns associated with laying and prosecuting hate crimes. And there are instances around Canada where police do their best to lay hate crimes charges, but then those crimes are later dropped by prosecution, given the complexity associated with prosecuting those crimes. And as many people know, in light of COVID, the backlogs in the courts are extremely significant, to the point where they're dropping cases left and right. So I do agree with you, Chair Smith. I think that there is a need to focus on hate crimes and to work with our diverse communities to ensure that they feel comfortable reporting. But I will be bringing a notice of motion at a later meeting with kind of two heads. The first is wanting to hear from Public Prosecution Service about what is their investment in hate crime prosecution, ensuring that there's synergy between those things. And second, what efforts can either the board or HRP make to promote this service, to ensure it's culturally accessible, it's available in a variety of languages, trauma informed, to ensure that we do in fact have that increase in reporting. And I think that goes to a point raised by Commissioner Kent earlier in the night, maybe hour 3 of our 7-hour meeting. Obviously it's better that we have more hate crime detectives than less, and that more people are being charged for hate crimes than less. at the end of the day, we want to be preventing hate crimes. And preventing hate crimes doesn't happen unless there's trust in the community and trust in reporting, right? And then you have that current effect. And so I will say that I support the amendment as friendly.
Thank you. So what that would mean, then we would add, if it's friendly, if it's on the floor, 165.70 to the 797, which would then change our 88,627, which
I have the numbers for you, Chair, if you'd like them. So the change is 963,000. And the total budget would be 88,793,000. So 88,793,000.
Okay, thank you. So if there's nobody else who's scheduled who asked to speak, I'll call for the question on that motion. A question? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So we have, all right, so I think, all right,
Sure.
let's do it one by one. Let's just do it one by one because I don't want to miscount. So Ian, if you wanted to do a quick roll call, that'd be great.
Beginning with Commissioner McDougall. Sorry, we will need you to unmute and verbally say your votes. This is the first time we've done a vote call for the Board of Police Commissioners.
Oh yeah,
so
sorry.
I just realized it too.
Should explain that.
I voted yay.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Voting no on the motion?
Commissioner Critchley,
I'm voting yes on the motion.
Commissioner Kent,
Against?
Commissioner Thomas,
Against.
Commissioner Smith,
For.
Commissioner Anajoku.
Do you? No.
So that motion fails. Correct, Ian?
Andrea, can you do a double check on the vote, please? I was calling the names as well. I have it as 4-3 and failing.
I agree with you. I have 4 against and 3 for.
Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, thank you for that. So that fails. So we're now back on the main motion, and Commissioner Critchley will come back to your second one in a moment. So with that failing, just want to make sure we deal with the budget piece. Do we want to? We've already on the main motion. Most folks have already spoke on the main motion. I'll provide some latitude as people have some very, very quick comments, but mostly everybody's already spoken on the main motion. So if it's okay, okay, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you. I just want to finish my comments because I want to assure the folks that have taken the time to participate in the defunding report and the presentation this evening where it was referenced, and really just to reiterate to the board and to the chief and his team that, you know, we have a lot of work to do, and I expect it to get done. I'm here to do that work, and we see the benefits. I think you see the benefits. Like that's what I'm hearing of some changes that could, you know, facilitate you guys doing what you really are meant to do, and relying on other partners in our communities, of which you've also started to show some, and you're already doing that. And so I also want to iterate that, you know, we're putting, for me, I'm voting in favor of the ask, but I want to see results too, right? So I look forward to you coming back and telling us that this was really worth it. This was what you needed, to get us to the place where we could start to make those changes that I know I believe in, and those are yet to be determined. But I want to see and hear the benefits of these constables, and I want to see the benefits in traffic. I want to see all the benefits of all of those folks, and I look forward to that coming to you, but I want to hold you to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm going to ask if we can call for the question on the main motion, and it's in the chat for folks' reference. So the question's been called. All those in favor. Actually, we'll do a roll call because this would probably be the same thing. So Ian, if you want to do a roll call.
Just for clarification, what are we doing a roll call for, please?
The vote, sorry, the vote. Same thing we did earlier, just because it's going to probably be harder to track if the yeas and nays. So we're just going to do a roll call for the main motion, and I'll read it because it's been long.
Are we allowed to give our support for the motion, the why, before we vote?
If you want, like everyone's already spoken twice, but if you have a quick comment, then yeah, sure. Thank
you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Yep.
I want to echo what Councillor Kent just mentioned, and I'm going to add a few things just to be brief. We take very seriously what we've heard from the public today, extremely seriously. And we're devoted in going deeply into the report as presented. We also take seriously the issue of holding police accountable for their responsibility. I am particularly putting my vote to this motion because we have a very short time and to avoid any gap in service. We have huge responsibility to be accountable to the public, but we also have huge responsibility to ensure that the police are effective so that they can meet the need of the public. This is why I am putting my yes towards this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Critchley.
Chair Smith, I appreciate it's extremely late, and I've raised this point already about staffing for the board. But again, I hear many people saying, we're going to do the work, right? But the board does not have the infrastructure in place to do its work, right? We are a volunteer board made up of 3 city councilors who are extremely busy and 4 civilians. Yemi has a very busy business. I'm extremely busy. Carol is retiring. We'll be soon having a new member in March. So that's my understanding. And Mr. Thomas is extremely busy as well. And so, I mean, would like to bring another amendment unless the issue of staffing for the board could be addressed before the approval of the HRM budget for fiscal 22-23. Because I don't want to be here in a year from now, having these promises to the city that we're going to be doing work when I know that, when it comes down to having these, we meet a lot. This is a very time-intensive volunteer commitment, right? So if I can receive a guarantee that the issue of staffing for the board and the board's budget will be dealt with before the final HRM budget is finalized in April, then I will not bring an amendment. But if I can't receive that guarantee, then I'm going to bring an amendment to request that an additional $100,000 be added to the budget for the purpose of hiring a staff for the board.
So is that are you making that amendment now, or?
Well, I'm just wondering, are we going to have time to deal with this issue?
I just want us to be careful that we're not under any condition. The budget is what we're voting on now. You made a very good point. I agree with you 100%. But I do not want us to be under any condition on voting on this issue. We have an issue on the table. You have made a very good point. Are we able to answer to all these questions on the table, that is dealing with the report with the staff requirement that we have? Maybe not, but that's an issue for another day.
Respectfully, Commissioner Akinduju, is not, because our budget is included within the police budget. And if this budget passes, our budget for fiscal 22-23 will be $13,000, barring some exceptional change between now and the end of April. And that's insufficient, as you know, to hire a staff.
So really
I'm
quickly.
not trying to bring up an issue so late at night. You know, I obviously want to go to sleep.
So just to kind of, we're almost at 11 o'clock. So amendments are always in order, and with a mover and a seconder. So if you're implying that you want to bring an amendment forward, then you are more than welcome to do that. You have to do that now. If not, we're going to vote on the main motion as presented. So Marty, do you want to jump in?
Well, this raises a complexity, and the problem is that under the act, right? Under the act, the board, the chief is supposed to prepare a budget for the police department. And it's the budget for the police department that is brought to the board, right? And then the board is supposed to deal with that budget and then submit that budget to council. Now, as a practical matter, the way it's submitted is the board approves it and the chief makes his presentation. But it's supposed to be a budget for the police department. And I know that we have rolled in something for the commission, as I said, as an historical thing, and Jacques has proposed a way to deal with that coming up. But I think it becomes another matter when you're seeking to add $100,000 to the current police department budget for the board itself.
So just on that point, I think you're right, Marty. So what I would recommend, Commissioner Critchley, is after we vote on the main motion, because this is actually separate, Marty, you're right, because this wouldn't be within the police budget, because we're saying the commission's budget, which we also just agreed to take out of the police budget. So my recommendation is when you come back with your second part of your earlier motion, you can then make another one that is for council to recommend that $100,000 be put in the budget for the Board of Police Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, I will withdraw the proposed amendment.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll vote on the main motion. Commissioner Critchley, you'll come back with your first motion related to the report, and then the second one related to recommend that council add $100,000 to the police commission's budget, and then we should be good to go. So if nobody has any questions on the main motion that's on the floor, and I'll just read it just for folks because I know it's been long, that the Board of Police Commissioners want to approve proposed Halifax Regional Police operating budget for 22-23 as presented at the December 13, 2021 meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners, and 2, recommend that the Halifax Regional Council approve the proposed Halifax Regional Police operating budget for 22-23 as approved by the Board of Police Commissioners at their December 13th, at their January 31st, 2022 meeting. So with that in mind, I call for the question, and then Ian, call for the roll call, please.
Beginning with Commissioner Critchley.
No. Sorry.
Commissioner Akinjoju.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Commissioner Kent.
In favor.
Commissioner McDougall.
Opposed.
Commissioner Smith.
Against?
Chair Smith, I have that as 4 votes in the positive and 3 votes in the negative.
Thank you. So that motion passes. So Commissioner Critchley, good job, folks. That was happy that we have some direction going forward. So if you could put forward your second part of the motion, that is that the chair, there we go. The second part of the motion, which would be, would it be a supplementary report? What would we tag this as? Ian?
Chair Smith, looking at the contents of this, it could be coming back as a supplementary report that comes to the Board of Police Commissioners. The other option is it could be deferred for a conversation until the next meeting of Board of Police Commissioners to figure out the right path for it. We have not had a lot of time to converse with our colleagues.
So, Commissioner Critchley, I'm looking at you. Since you already did provide notice of this, what we can do is add it to our next meeting, so it can be an item. Because you already did the proper notice of motion and gave notice ahead of time and provided us with the information. So if you're okay, we could put this on the agenda, and we'll make sure it's on the agenda for next meeting. And then that would probably give some time if Marty and whoever else needs to go back and forth on items. Marty, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, my only thing that the board might, as a piece of context, and I don't know whether Commissioner Critchley's thought about this at length, but there is, independent of the police, we have a whole business unit in the municipality, of an HR business unit that has a lot of specialty in it that it would be probably available for this sort of review and study in any event. So just something in terms of context that the board might want to look at when they consider the topic, if they're considering the next meeting. But I certainly agree with the clerk that there's probably a lot of discussion that would take place around this, and sort of to focus exactly what's required here. But whether they want it, whether Commissioner Critchley wants this to go forward as a notice of motion right now, or whether wants it sort of deferred for discussion in the next meeting, either way, I think it needs a little more meat put on the bones, probably.
So Commissioner Critchley, would you be, and if we can get confirmation that some information can be provided to us for our next meeting, would you be comfortable with this coming to our next meeting with comments from staff on I guess whether we could do this with an HRM, whether, I don't know, I just like trying to make my brain work at the moment, and it's not working that great.
Yeah, of course, Chair Smith, I'm happy to, I want to make decisions that are well informed, and I want to save money, obviously, right? So if there's capacity within the municipality to conduct this review or something like it, then that would be, great by me.
Okay, so Jerry, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think Marty makes a valid point there. Certainly, we do have specialty within our Human Resources Department, including a whole health services division within. I just want to be clear, and again, I know it's late at night, but if with respect to any additional budget requests, if it's for the fiscal 22-23, we'll certainly need staff direction on that to go forward and prepare a budget, because if there's a supplemental report coming back in a month, that's going to be that's going to be too late in terms of our whole budget process. So I just want to note that.
Yeah, so the one that's on the floor is for 23-24. The next one, though,
thank you.
But you are referencing the next motion that's related to adding the $100,000 into the police commission budget. So that would be, I guess the wording for that should probably be that it get added to the, what's it called, the budget adjustment or the parking lot, maybe
the budget adjustment list.
So maybe that could be the motion, that it gets added to that discussion, and then council can decide to add it when we have that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Chair.
Yep.
I want to suggest, just a suggestion, that we take Commissioner Harris' motion tonight, but for discussion at a later meeting. It's so important that we take that motion in conjunction with what we've just voted on. It gives for clarity, and it shows that we're ready to take this other portion seriously. So I want to support that we take that motion, and then we can discuss it next meeting.
Yep. So that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to save that for our next meeting, because already the notice has been given. It's already part of the agenda, and if we can make sure Marty, Jerry, and if Jacques is still here, that some comments could be made on this before our next meeting, so that when we come, we have some additional information, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I want to add to that apart from the budget he mentioned, it should be in addition to whatever resources that is available. The budget must be specific, plus whatever resources that are available for the commission to work with to ensure that we achieve these goals.
Right. So, all right, so we're going to save that for next meeting and put that on the agenda. And so I want to go to the next meeting, which it is in the chat. So Commissioner Chrisley, if you want to read the next meeting, that would be add to 10, that's 100,000, that'd be great.
That the Board of Police Commissioners recommend to Regional Council that Board of Police Commissioners budget be increased to $100,000 for staffing for the Board of Police Commissioners.
And there's more.
Oh, sorry, there's a new one from Ian.
Yeah.
I'm going to read that too, or?
Yeah, read the last one.
Okay, that the Board of Police Commissioners recommend to Budget Committee that an increase of $100,000 be added to the budget adjustment list by $100,000 for staffing for the Board of Police Commissioners.
Yeah, so that's we're all tired. So $100,000 be added to the budget adjustment list by $100,000 for staffing for the Board of Police. Yep, that makes sense. Is there a seconder for that?
I do.
Thank you. Seconder by Commissioner Akindojo. Commissioner Christie, you already kind of highlighted that earlier. So if there's no other comments, I'll call for the question on that to get forwarded to council. All right, question on that motion?
Aye.
Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
Oh, sorry.
I know. All those opposed say nay. Oh man, it's been a long one. You guys are all champs. I think by the end of this.
What is the budget adjustment list?
So the budget adjustment list, that's a great question, is kind of like our parking lot. So all the almost like what the chief did with the service enhancements. It's things that are on top of our proposed budget, and then council discusses those items and then adds it to the budget later on. So this would be one of those items that I'd be happy to speak to at council to hopefully get support from the council. All right, so that is it. We're gonna have to use some of that police commission budget, and I'm gonna have to buy you guys all some chocolates or sweets or lunch. I don't know what, but thank you for this meeting, and thank you to the public for attending as well. And I don't believe there's any other business. Let me just bring up the agenda just to make sure that we're okay. Gosh, so many screens. My eyes are cross-eyed. Yep, that is it. So I'll call for a mover to adjourn.
So moved.